Si necesita intérprete en español, favor de mirar a nuestro intérprete que se encuentra a un lado del cuarto. Gracias.
Perfect. The first item on the agenda is 2A, Student Outcomes Focused Governance with Potential Action. Dr. Cinto Ramos.
All right, good morning, everyone. It's good to see you all. I wanted to create a little space to see where you may be with the listening sessions and how that's going, and if where I can support you. What updates do we have on your listening sessions? Yes.
Clerk Meyer.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Cinto.
Hello, hello.
So the listening sessions have been going pretty well. I did one with Debbie, and I did 3 with, Member Cross, and I did 3 with Member Napa, and I think so far the turnout has been a little bit difficult. So to get like the first 2 that Member Napa and I did, to be fair, it was last minute marketing on our end, really, to be honest. But we did get a couple of parents, but I've realized we've had a lot of success getting students, which really I really appreciate. I was intentional about setting another date with Member Cross to talk like at Trevor Brown, to get Trevor Brown students specifically, since I represent Trevor Brown. And the school did a really good job at like choosing. My impression was that they chose students or either randomly raffled students. I don't know what it was, but they had brought in students specifically during their study hall time and had them there for a presentation. We didn't get through it all, like at least up into the guardrails, because we had like half the time than usual. But it was important to do it during their school hours to kind of meet them where they are, which was advice. I don't remember who gave me on the board. So that was pretty cool because they were very much like in school mode, so like collaborative thinking, and they were really honest with their feedback. So that's been nice. And then another time, it was with Member Napa recently this month in January. And the goal was to invite like staff, like it was like all community, like it was like people were pubbing it for community. But like once again, even though it was marketed to like adults, it was the students that showed up and it was after school. So it was students who really wanted to be there, who cared about a lot of like the activities. And what I found, and Member Cross can talk about it a little bit more, the key feedback through hearing from students has been like, they really want more engaging classroom activities. So they liked the goal that we had around the CRI. Oh, wait. CCRI, the college career readiness, one of those, yeah. And we had to explain what that is a little bit more, since it's not something that's at the forefront of their minds because it's on our back end. And so they really liked that. And it was interesting. I thought it was really cool to hear them advocating for a lot more like changes in the classroom in the sense of like the type of engaging activities were. So, and I don't know. I just had a really positive experience with students. And then did you want to talk about the testing comment?
And I think y'all referenced that at a board meeting recently too, right?
Yes, and that was the amount of testing they're getting, which I'm looking at what they said. And one senior specifically, which I thought was critical thinking on his part, and the fact that the testing is about ACT tests, getting ready and monitoring for them, and those are done in your junior year. So he quietly and very nicely and very politely said, why do seniors have to take this test? So, I mean, we need to look at that for sure, as far as the seniors. I mean, they can take it, it's great. Whether or not they need to or have to is another question we need. So they did, they brought out some really valid information. One thing I find about students is they're very honest. They say it the way they see it. I want to talk about the 2 that Frankie and I went and had, one at Camelback and one at Central. Camelback had more teachers than parents, right? And it was interesting because the CCRI, a counselor didn't even know what that was. So I was like in shock. And then at Central, we had a board member from another district that was very helpful as well. And that was about even Stephen, but it was very, very low attendance. So my question is, when we call the principals and say we want to have a listening session, you know, what do they do to get their parents there? Or what do I need to do to get their parents there? So we have more turnout, because the turnout's very low, as far as I'm concerned.
Got it. Thank you. Any other feedback?
With the listening sessions, I would say for those who did attend, they definitely had a lot of things to say about our guardrails, which were very helpful for each of us, right? When we did the teachers at Camelback, they definitely gave us a lot of feedback regarding curriculum, and that goes back to student outcome and achievement. They were giving us a lot of feedback, particularly with our English learning language students. They definitely provided much feedback on the curriculum, how we can continuously improve our own understanding, and making sure that the students are able to get the education that they deserve.
Awesome. Yes.
Clerk Meyer.
One thing, did you want like concrete feedback for this section, or were you just getting a vibe check for how
Getting
it's
a
going?
vibe check.
Okay.
And then obviously the question I wanted to ask at the end is going to be, how are you capturing the feedback? And then if anywhere I can support you and where can I support you is really going to be my final questions for you all.
Okay, that's good, because I brought data. Okay, thank you.
Good deal. Well, what I want to do is as I obviously have watched your meetings and I've coded them, want to give you an update that President Pastor Rivera has recently met with me to learn how to code board meetings. So want him to be able to share a little bit about that towards the end of this part. But I wanted to ground us in what I've been hearing in your meetings. You know, what I'm gathering is that there may be some confusion from time to time as to like what is the role of the board and things of that nature. So my hope is that you are able to read this one right here, the 8 characteristics of effective school boards. And I want to just hear from you as to what you got from this scholarly piece of the 8 effective, or the 8 characteristics. And page 3 has them summed up for you. And I want to see who will share first as to what your thoughts, questions, or wonderings may be. And then the final piece to that is going to be, are you able to make connections to what we're doing in student outcomes focused governance so that we can kind of connect some pieces? So who will share first, like about the effective characteristic number 1? Who will read that for us, and then who would like to share their thoughts?
I definitely could lead with that. So I found this article rather very, very helpful for all of us. And so let's go to point 1. Effective school boards commit to a vision of high expectations for student achievement and quality instruction and define clear goals toward that vision.
Yeah. So can you see a connection to what you've been doing in the last year with that first one?
Absolutely.
Where do you see the connection to SOFG?
Well, I think this goes back to when we started adopting our guardrails and what our vision was going to be, right? That's, at least for me, and when I think about our board, that's specifically where we're still at, is understanding that. And that also goes back to how we involve our community. I think we are at a place where we know we want to continuously grow, but now it's up to us as the board to continuously meet our people where they're at. And I think that's why we're still stuck at number 1, if I had to give that preference.
And let me be clear to help you understand the way we define the work for the board in SOFG. I've told you from the beginning that the board has a responsibility to represent the vision and the values of the community. And the way that we define vision is your student outcome goals, which are your academic goals. So number 1, guess what? You've got some written down, and you've been monitoring this year. Your staff has brought you data on student achievement. So you notice that that's the first one out of the 8. So that's the one that you just read. Who will read the second one for us and see if you make a connection? Yes.
Okay, I can read the next one. So number 2 is effective school boards have strong shared beliefs and values about what is possible for students and their ability to learn, and of the system and its ability to teach all children at high levels.
Yeah, do you see a connection by any chance to what we've been doing in the last year? let me help you with this too. The connection is, remember I said the first one is the vision, which is the student outcome goals, and the second one is the values, which is what you're working on to gather what do you believe as a board. You're also gathering what are the beliefs of your community, and even more importantly, what's the belief of your students and your teachers and your community and your parents and guardians. So number 2 is making a connection to the guardrail conversation. Great. Who will read number 3? Yes, ma'am.
Effective school boards are accountability-driven, spending less time on operational issues and more time focused on policies to improve student achievement.
What are y'all's thoughts on that one? Oh, yeah, your microphone, sorry.
Boards are policy and superintendent's operation.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've had
Could you
that.
repeat what you said?
Board is policy, superintendent is operations.
Thoughts or reflections on that?
I would say that definitely, and I think with school boards, and I think this is a similar trend nationwide, a lot of times when we see high achieving districts, that's when we know that school board members understand their role in partnership with the superintendent and their cabinet.
Yep.
Where we start seeing the confusion is when they start thinking it's a little more governing of everything, talking about, oh, let's talk about this person in particular, let's talk about that, That's not our role. I think our role is, if I interpret this correctly, Cinto, and you could tell me if I'm incorrect, we adopt the dream, if you will. It's up to the superintendent. We work with the superintendent to carry out the strategy, how we get there.
And that's the hard part, board members, especially if you came in with intentions to move the needle in certain arenas, and then to sit in your seat and then to come to find out that your job is to govern, your job is not to micromanage. That's a tough pill for a lot of board members to swallow. And what I'm wanting you to do is understand what both scholarly articles are zeroing in on is the challenge tends to be rolled confusion. So when a board member is trying to tell the superintendent how to do it, that's out of bounds because you're not the superintendent and you may not be aware of all the things that may have to happen in the background for your request to happen. It is common for board members from the dais to give instructions to the superintendent, and that's what this is referencing. It's that you as a board member want to set the vision and the values by way of goals and guardrails, and then you want to start monitoring that, but you don't want to tell her how to do it because that's not. And as you read more of this, and if you read the other one too, the school board, the times that are changing, it'll start jumping out at you that the unhealthy habits of boards is when you're trying to tell her what to do and how to do it. You want to tell her where you want to go. You want to try to practice discipline in not telling her how to do it, and that can be a challenge. Yes, ma'am.
So as a board member, are we allowed to ask how you're getting there? What are you doing to get there?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And that's the power of questions that hopefully we'll get to today. Yes, ma'am. Who will read the fourth one? Yes.
Effective school boards have a collaborative relationship with staff and community and establish a strong communication structure to inform and engage both internal and external stakeholders in setting and achieving district goals.
Where in SOFG are you seeing this?
Progress monitoring, right?
Kinda. How
I
did we
would
start our
say
meeting?
The community listening sessions, yeah.
Ding, ding, ding. Yes.
The community listening sessions, since we're working with, community and establish a strong communication structure. So, and it's informing our decisions about where to focus our attention on.
Yes. And let me be clear, most boards lean on the superintendent to do that part for them. And that is what I've been telling you since we met. That's a missed opportunity. So as you are going out and listening, and once you do set your guardrails, we'll work to help you set up a two-way communication system. As you've learned, and I've watched you in your board meetings, the room is filling up, and there's a lot of people coming to give you a lot of comments. ideally, you'd be able to create a system that you can talk back with them and you can communicate. Because as you now know, at your board meeting, you can't. You can't have two-way communication. And that's tough, because I watch you as board members that you want to respond, and rightfully so, right? Because you're hearing things. But how about that after you set your goals and your guardrails, you do set a system up where you have a two-way communication opportunity? That's where this one's coming from. Yes, ma'am.
So I'm hearing that our open call, even though we can't respond, it is part of a listening part. I mean, actually, it's kind of nice we can't respond. All we can do is listen. I used to tell my students, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So that's a list, that to me is a listening part that I'm hearing, because we hear things that normally we wouldn't hear in those open calls.
Right. And in a two-way communication system, you imagine being able to go and set up at a campus or a community organization, and you listen to them, and they've got these concerns or they have these ideas, and then you get to update them on the progress towards your goals and your guardrails, and then you also get to respond with hopefully factual information, or you get to say, you know what, I don't know the answer to that. We're going to get back to you on that one. But this notion and idea that the only way you communicate with your community is through public comment, that's where this is coming from, that you'd be able to create that two-way system.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is definitely when we respond, when people come up to the podium, then that's just very reactive. That is not a two-way system. A two-way system is us approaching them at their campus, correct?
I love that you said that. It is being proactive, yes. And that way you can start picking up hot topics in the community and not waiting for them to come to you here in the room. Who will read the next one? Next one is a good one too. Number 5. Yes.
Effective boards are data savvy. They embrace and monitor data even when the information is negative and use it to drive continuous improvement.
Yeah, I've heard commentaries throughout the country of, what is our role with data, things of that nature. It's right here. As a board, you are working to become more data savvy. And part of that is that when you get data that maybe doesn't please you, to try your hardest to not jump on the administration and the staff. Why is that? Why would I encourage you to not jump on the staff and beat up on them publicly when you get data that you may not like? Why? Yes.
Well, if I may, it gives off the signal that we're only listening in that moment, number one. We're not being the proactive approach. And number two, that also shows that we're not aligned with the superintendent or their team, in which we can build that relationship prior to the meeting and addressing that different needs.
Got it. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Also, you don't want to, if you jump them in the middle of a meeting and call them on whatever you want to call them on, that's going to create an atmosphere there where people don't want to come and talk
Yes.
and give us the truth.
Yes. It's the mindset that we did last year is parallel processing, that however you as a board conduct yourselves and carry yourselves, you give permission for everyone else to do the same. If you run a respectful board meeting and you have a collaborative nature with your superintendent, guess what you're signaling to the rest of the system? Be kind to one another, be collaborative, work together, find a way, find a solution, right? Partner. But boards that beat up on their administration and their staff, you also send a signal that goes all the way to the classroom. If I'm disrespectful to one of my colleagues in the room, I am now given permission for the superintendent to be disrespectful to her leadership team disrespectful to campus leaders disrespectful to teachers disrespectful to students disrespectful to community. Your job as leaders is really tough. So being data savvy and how you respond to the data is something I wanted to bring to the forefront for you. Who will read the next one for us? Yes, ma'am.
Which one are we on?
Number
five,
6.
Effective school boards align and sustain resources such as professional development to meet district goals. I have no clue what that means.
So as you read deeper, because each one is broken down, right? Yes. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think what this means, it goes back to the two-way communication. So this is seeking information outside of just the superintendent or the team. It's going to the principals, it's going to the students. So I think this looks like when we do our school visits, number one. I think it looks like when we're talking to our other colleagues, number two. Am I incorrect in that approach, Tinto?
Yes.
Okay.
And also, as you read deeper into this, It's being able to ask good questions about what are the inputs that the superintendent and her team are recommending. And most likely, these inputs are on your board agendas as action items. So when she's bringing you a resource that she wants to bring for professional development, you might want to ask some questions about, like, what have we learned, what has worked, what hasn't. Don't just rubber stamp it, right? But know what you're approving and making sure that you're sending those resources to the campuses. What about number 7? We're almost there, y'all.
Effective school boards lead as a united team with the superintendent, each from their respective roles, with strong collaboration and mutual trust.
Kind of self-explanatory, right? And who will read the last one? This is what you're doing today.
Effective school boards take part in team development and training, sometimes with their superintendents, to build shared knowledge, values, and commitments for their improvement efforts.
Yeah. So kudos to Phoenix Union Board for being consistent in your professional development. This work, and I think we're going to be able to connect some more dots here in a bit with the leadership team presenting the interims. You learning and growing together is imperative. It won't happen by itself. If anything, unnecessary conflict may keep arising if you don't find a shared vocabulary and work towards that common mission. Thoughts, questions, wonderings about this 8 characteristics piece? What's coming up for you as we went through the 8? Yes, ma'am.
For this one, I think this is something, the part I'm thinking about specifically is shared knowledge, values, and commitments, because I think about, and it's more of a wondering that I'm still sitting with, like, how does this work in the context of like split boards, like we read in the packet, where like there's like completely opposite political agendas happening, because unfortunately the school boards in the US are politicized, even though intentional, like they were intended for governance. And so it always makes me wonder about like what happens in boards where there's a split political opinion, and how do you move the needle in favor of students in the when that situation happens. I don't know, have you had that experience in your career?
Mm-hmm. Yes. What I have found is that, and not just me, but my colleagues and I who coach, and there's only a handful of us throughout the country, so we communicate often. We have found that even split boards can find common ground when you're talking about students and student achievement, and when you're talking about the values, which are the guardrails, so those hot topics. When you have a format, when you do that, and you minimize potential whirlwinds, and that honestly begins on how you set your agenda. There are agendas of board meetings that I've been sharing with you. If you go look up their agendas, you'll see how tight those agendas are. And that agenda pretty much is almost predictable of how long that board meeting is likely to be. When you have a lot of whirlwind agenda items, which could be political and problematic, you're inviting, as a board, chaos to enter your room. And so there are technical things that we can do to try to get ahead of that. The other part is when you focus on students, on children, we find that even split boards can find common ground in that conversation. There are folks who don't care about students or student achievement, and they say it on the microphone and on camera. And that's the reason also why when community really starts to pay attention by way of the two-way communications and listening sessions, that's what accountability is supposed to look like. That if I'm a board member, if I'm an adult, remember the tagline that student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. If I'm an adult I say I'm here for kids, but when we're actually talking about kids, and I'm still focusing on a whirlwind, a chaotic, a political lightning rod, everyone in the room is going to become more and more clear. The more and more professional development we do, the more and more clarity everyone will have. Okay, that is not about students. That is about a political or personal agenda. And I'm hoping that that's what you got in the second article, the school board times are changing. Those are the things that can cause the problems. But again, long-winded version of saying we focus on students and we focus on student achievement and the values, the guardrails. And that's what you spend most of your time in your board meeting. Even split boards can find ways to work together. What are your thoughts or wonderings or even pushback on that?
Go ahead.
I think it's just hard for me to imagine this outside the context of Arizona because our knowledge is on Arizona and school boards. But I know, I don't know. I guess I just wonder, like, what happens, like, have you encountered in your practice a school board where the majority of the board doesn't really care about students? Like, has that been a case? Because, like, not everyone's elected to a school board, and I know that the process is different in different countries. So, like, what has your experience been with that?
I've definitely met boards that don't. And so I don't partner with them. It'll be a waste of time, energy, and resources. There are absolutely boards who do not. And even when they know better and they're trained, still choose to focus on political or personal agendas. Yep. Sad for me to say it out loud, but thank you for asking. Other thoughts, questions, wonderings on this?
I think that point also goes back to point 2, the effective school boards have strong shared beliefs and values of what is possible for students and the ability to learn. So if we go to page 5, specifically, there's a part in that paragraph that says, let's see, in the Lighthouse 1 studies, board members consistently expressed their beliefs in the learning ability of all children and gave specific examples of ways that learning had improved as a result of district initiatives. Poverty, lack of parental involvement, and other factors were described as challenges to be overcome, not excuses. So I think going back to the point of political agendas, I think for us, and Cinto, please tell me if I'm correct, I kind of understood that as the exterior of the district versus the interior.
Ooh, tell us more, please.
Yeah, and the way I understood and perceived was high-achieving districts still met their goals, given that they focus on the interior and external problems. Yes, we understand that our students are facing external problems, and we can help address that. But our main focus here as a board is to make sure that they receive the education, and that is our internal practice, right? That is the reason why we're all here. I think it's going back to the point of the political agendas, it's definitely trying to find a way in which, I don't want to say common ground, because there are some people who just will not seek common ground, but how can we continuously meet our internal goals with people who want to consistently want to face the external?
That's right. Yeah, those are the ones that I'm calling whirlwinds. Your external factors, it is the challenge you're going to be facing more and more is how do we prioritize student outcomes and our guardrails in the midst of being bombarded with a bunch of external challenges and issues. And so that's why we say if you spend 50% of your time monitoring your goals and your guardrails, guess what's likely to happen? It's probably going to happen because everyone in the school system is rowing in the same direction. The hard part is to be disciplined to do that. That's the reason why I'm coding your meetings to tell you where you're spending time. I want to help you become aware of how precious your time is. And when you become conscious and aware of where you're spending your time, then you can entertain options of where you can get better. But until then, right now, the only thing you know is what you've experienced when you walked in this boardroom. And there's a likelihood that a lot of the things that you've been doing it because that's how it's always been done. The questions that I want you to keep asking as you're reading this material is, how can we become more effective? Because the idea here is to become effective. And the other one I forgot to mention, to Clerk Meyer's comment earlier too, it's the reason in the mindset that we haven't done in a year, so I look forward to possibly revisiting that conversation. There's the I am the Genesis mindset, and there's the common pretending mindset. The I am the Genesis is that I'm gonna do something, and if I'm the only board member who shows up prepared and ready to engage in conversations about academics and guardrails and all this good stuff, then at least one of the 7 has come prepared. The common pretending is that I'm waiting for everyone else to join me and change their behavior. You might be waiting a long time. The I am the Genesis will get you more. There's 3 of you here in person. There's 1 that's on the phone, right? We got momentum. Yes.
Oh, thank you. I wanted to speak on your comment about doing this a year ago. I just wanted to maybe acknowledge that, I wanted to acknowledge that we have President Pastor Rivera and Board Member Cross, that they weren't here for the initial trainings. So I'm glad that, I didn't know if you had remembered, but we had a different board.
You're right.
Yeah, so I was actually there for the
The mindset.
training, the mindset of
Yes.
like Because I remember you had us do, like, you had us say a time where we disappointed someone, where we said we were going to do something and then we didn't. And that was like a long time ago now, but I think that helped me reframe my mindset. So I'm thankful that we're revisiting these, and these readings we're revisiting because we have 2 new board members. And since then, we also had board member Kodop, I guess he's not here. And then, yeah, so it's good to, like, a refresher to make sure that we're all getting onto the same page.
Yes, thank you for that. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that is along the same lines that I was going to go to, and that is, we have a possibility of having 5 new board members in January. So there will be a retrain and start up again.
And I just visited with Board President Pastor Rivera as well. From a year ago to now, you really have had tremendous growth as a team. And your agendas look different than they did a year ago. Your conversations are sounding different than they did from a year ago. I'm really going to encourage you all to launch a school board school so that you train candidates. You can train people before they file, and/or you can train people after they file. And you can invite them, bring them in here, tell them about why you're doing governance, tell them about your goals, tell them about your listening sessions. Let them know what this work really entails. You can try to be proactive instead of letting them walk in with their personal and political agendas, and let them know here at Phoenix Union, we focus on students. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I remember my first board meeting. I didn't even know what the agenda was.
Right.
And then I voted the wrong way. So, yes, I think there needs to be a training for anybody who's running for this position.
Superintendent?
Thank you, President Pastor. I wanted to just make a few comments on number 4, because that one tend to resonate with me, especially amidst the community listening sessions, as well as the advice around call to the public just being one avenue of getting feedback. I think oftentimes, and I think I was guilty of it when I first became superintendent, when you solve a problem, it makes you feel good. Like, problem solved, check, got you those resources, got you. But where I really started to learn more and lean in was when I started talking to bigger groups of people, whether that was instructional leaders, whether that is CTA, core teacher leaders there, employees of the year. You can learn so much from them. And really harnessing the common threads and themes that I'm hearing from the larger community. I think the power of a single stakeholder can be dangerous if you let them represent an entire group of teachers or an entire content area even. And I think we have sometimes a tendency to lean into what's not working. Like, even when we talk to kids, tell us what you want us to solve, tell us. And yeah, we should do that, right? But we should also equally spend time on what's working with the kids. What do you want more of? What's effective? And that can also gain momentum, whether that's with teachers, whether that's with ESPs, or whether that's with parents. So I think there's that balance. But I do, when I think about call to the public, I know that our board is well intentioned with the follow-up. They want to make sure, and we follow up with every call to the public. But if we're not careful, we'll create a kink in the system where, they go to the board for solutions as opposed to even trying to go to the right channel, which might be their instructional leader or their principal. Now, it might reach a point where they do want to get someone's attention because no one is listening to them, and I get that. But I would just say be cautious to label it as all or this massive problem, and be careful of the problem solving, because have you gone to your school principal? Have you tried to resolve the issue? Is it widespread? And just be careful not to, the unintended consequence of call to the public. But those are just some observations I made. But I love that our board is out there on campuses. I don't know that we've ever seen so much involvement, and I don't even know where they are half the time, but they're out there. And I hear it back from our community, and they like that. Debbie, thank you for all the time you spend listening to teachers, and they've seen you both at campuses, walking, talking, and so I know our community very much appreciates an active board versus a passive rubber stamp board, so thank you.
Thank you for that. I don't want to short you of the other article. What are some takeaways you got from the school board times that are changing? What did you gain from that scholarly piece? I'll tell you as you're thinking, I love that one because it summarizes some of the latest research up until that time. But you're going to see connections between that article and the 8 effective characteristics and the Lighthouse study, which was like one of the first ones to try to connect to board behaviors and student achievement. But with the school board times that are changing, what are some takeaways you got from that piece? Yes.
So I remembered this reading from when you first introduced it to the board, and it was interesting because I was super new to being a board member. I was like November. And I think it gave me at that time more grace for the superintendent role because I was learning this as I went. And I realized like, oh my gosh, I think this is hard. She has to deal with like 7 people. And my understanding or my impression of the board coming in was like, okay, everyone's similarly like aligned in values and that. So then in my head, I was like, it can't be that hard. But then now that I'm like, I am a year in, I'm realizing just how much Superintendent Andrade has to balance. Like, I know she says, like, I have 7 bosses. And, like, she does. She has 7 bosses who all have our own unique personalities and, like, our interests. So I think I really appreciated reading this the first time because it gave me that grace. And then revisiting it the second time was like, oh, okay, now I can see the challenges she faces more now that I'm more aware of her role.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing.
I think I definitely want to turn our attention to page 92 of the Times Are Changing, specifically the using data. There was a discussion question here, and I think it goes back to the point I made of the exterior versus internal problems that really caught my attention. And it says, do you agree that boards are responsible for all conditions affecting the education of children, and why? And again, going back to the point of exterior versus internal, I said boards might not create the exterior conditions that could affect a student's learning, i.e. living conditions, family life, etc. But they certainly can impact the interior of the district, which makes a difference when we talk about student achievement. And what does that policy look like? We talk about the curriculum, to preparing our children for the next step of their journey.
Mm-hmm. Heck yeah. Thank you. Any other thoughts?
I don't think I could do it. I'm not, I mean, handling 7 of us has got to be difficult.
Board Member Cross, hang on. Board Member Oliver, we can hear you.
Oh God, can you hear the tire shop?
I can, yes.
Wonderful, that's wonderful. I was just gonna say, page 91 that talks about creating the vision. It talks about how school boards are actively involved with the district leaders and the community to create the clear, long-term shared vision for the district that is based in the belief that the students are capable learners and that the district staff have the capacity to impact student achievement. So that spoke to me in a way because I know that Ward 2, the community I serve, is very engaged and they want their student scholars to learn and be ready for the next step. That's what I keep getting, and I think I've said that at a number of meetings. Getting our student scholars ready for the next step and creating the vision for them because many times we lose, and I think CETO and this board has recognized that we're majoring in the minors and minoring in the majors, and it's just not with a focus toward the students and creating that vision for them to step into their new or their next step of their life. So that's the part that spoke to me.
Awesome. Sorry, Board Member Cross, you were saying you don't think you can.
Yeah, I'm not real good at some of that stuff. And the knowledge that you have to have. And I have to say that every time I have a question, you always have an answer, and if you don't, you find it. So I appreciate your role in all of this. It's tough.
It is. It is. I wanted you to revisit these because I wanted you to hopefully see the progress that you've made. It's sometimes hard for boards to see how much you have progressed in a which we would say about 12 months' time. You've progressed a great deal. Think about where we started, especially if you think about the 8 characteristics. You had goals as a board. One of the things was that you weren't monitoring at that time, and now you are. You weren't engaged in the community like you are now. So a number of these characteristics, you're touching on these and you're working on your mastery of them. I hope that's part of the reflection, but I don't want to assume. Is that part of what you're gathering, or what are you gathering from revisiting these scholarly pieces and your journey in the last 12 months?
I think now, within my new role as president, it's how can we reshift into the point of superintendent when we talk about public comment, how we talk about student involvement, parent involvement, how do we reshift it? And then also learning how to code our meetings. How do we shift it so that our main focus during meetings is, again, the internal problems versus the exterior? So what does that exactly look like? What does that exactly look like when we change agenda? What exactly when we look like? What type of policies are we actually looking at that affects student learning?
Good deal.
And I continue to try, or to learn how to ask pointed questions. They're important.
Very important. Yes, ma'am.
I think this has really honed in or validated my internal drive for data and data use. Yeah, like I think when they talk about like, I guess like elected office, a lot of times it's just like, it gives the impression, a lot of times it's vibes. It's like, oh, what am I hearing from the community? But as like voices that are louder, but not always really paying attention to like the statistics around that of like maybe the loudest voices aren't really the majority. So trying to bring that mindset into the school board of like, okay, we say we're hearing this, but what are we actually seeing? So really trying to collect and gather data wherever possible. So I think I just feel validated in that search for data, and thankful that the district is like preparing constantly for our meetings and really bringing those hard data points to us.
Yeah, I hope your leadership team might appreciate that comment for sure too.
Superintendent Andrade?
Thank you, President. I do want to comment. I've noticed a pretty big difference when there's derailing or off-topic situations. I actually think I've seen evidence of board members, and I'm thinking of you, Member Meyer, or Clerk Meyer in particular, but I know that of bringing it back to student outcomes. And whenever I see that, it's like that 3-point shot in the basketball game. It's like swish, and I like that because that tells me that this work is sinking in. And wait a minute, we voted on this, we agreed upon, and revisiting, we may have different opinions about things across the board, but that shared vision starts to come back when we continue to bring it back to student outcomes. So I know I've seen evidence of it, and I wanted to call that out. And there's nothing that can put it right back on the track like something like that. So thank you.
I've noticed, yes, very nicely, yes. I've noticed it too.
Very demure, mindful.
So on that, I would love for us to practice, and so I'll invite the leadership team, if I may, on the interims. You had a conversation about your interims in December, and I want to ground you and help you. Jorge, if you'll help me with the slides. I know that we've talked about it, but I want to make sure we keep it front and center. The inputs, outputs, and outcomes. Do you remember this analogy, right? And so if you are the owner of this major league team,
So Sorry about that, Dr. Cintos.
Yeah.
Let's take a 2-minute break just in case any of our board members, our leadership team needs to set up and
Okay.
take a, anyone could use the bathroom.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, 2 minutes. Yep, timer, please. All right, all board members are present for today. Leadership team, take us away.
All right, before they do that, I wanted to, because you remember this analogy, I just wanted to give you the language and vocabulary, put it front and center. I'm pretty sure your leadership team is going to model this here. When you tabled in December, I was happy to hear that we would be able to revisit it today. So questions that or anybody that may have, I'm here to support you when we get to their presentation again, when they bring you the interims for English language learners. But just to make sure we're all using the exact same, remember, shared language. Inputs are resources, and those are teachers, curriculum, professional development, all of those things, transportation, food. Those are all resources that we know at the beginning of the school year. Outputs are how you're measuring, how you're gauging what the score is throughout the school year. Phoenix Union Board, you are at halftime. You're past halftime now in the analogy. So you probably want to know, are we on track to win the game or lose the game? Because the window is closing for the administration to make pivots and to implement aggressive strategies to make sure that children don't get left behind. That is the reason why you want to pay extra attention during progress monitoring. It's the reason why you also want to be proactive, read your packets, and send questions ahead of time. I will ask you to begin to do that at your next meeting. But outputs is what we're going to talk about today with the interims. Your interims are the outputs because your outcomes is your goals that you established. Questions on inputs, outputs, and outcomes as we get ready to look at it and put it into practice. Yes.
Not necessarily a question for you, but I'm having trouble with my iPad finding the slide. Yeah.
Okay.
So I can see it better here. Thank you.
Okay, so inputs, outputs, outcomes. Outputs is going to be the focus of the leadership team's interims proposed to you as a board. Leadership team, whenever the board members get their stuff going, we'll be ready for you.
Okay, and just to be clear, the next agenda item is item 2B, progress monitoring and interim goals with potential action.
So your outcomes here is going to be to goal number 4. And the interims they're going to be talking to you about for consideration for you to approve, those are the outputs. Cool. Yes, ma'am. So you got inputs, outputs, and outcomes, right? We're going to work from the right to the left. Your outcome that you're actually going to be talking about is goal number 4. And the interims they're going to propose, which are the outputs, are to goal number 4.
Let's go ahead and just rewind back to the board meeting where we started progress monitoring on English language learners and Azella. Quite a bit of discussion came up, primarily around testing for NWEA and for Flashlight 360. The walkthrough tool was seen as micromanaging instruction. And so at that time, we decided to move the English language learner to the retreat so that we could have that discussion and have a deeper dive into English language learners. And what the data is telling us, why we selected those things as our interim goals. So now is a chance to kind of go into that a little bit further. But you may have seen some of this before at the board meeting, and now it's a chance to kind of really unpack it a little bit more with respect to our English language learners. Thank you.
Can I ask a question? When I was watching that board meeting that you sent us, they were talking about the reports that they had received to go over, and then the people who were presenting something that they didn't receive. So I guess what I'm trying at, do we get this stuff before the board meeting that we can look through this? Have we before? And then I'm just missing it? So that if this is the first time I'm seeing this, which it's not in some cases, I'm not always prepared to ask good questions, but if I get it before the board meeting, and then I don't understand something, then I get to ask it during the board. I mean, does that make sense? And that's what I saw during that 2-hour board meeting I watched, 1 hour and 58 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
And they tabled it because they didn't have the right report that was being reported, so they didn't have prepared questions.
And so I guess question, they are getting the progress monitoring report, right? The academic info?
Yes, so there's the board agenda, and then there should be, like the attachments are, I don't know if they're printed out in the appendix or,
They're printed out and they're added on to board docs, for example, the night before,
what about a week before?
if I receive it.
Yes, okay.
Let me be clear, because I'm a little foggy in the morning. So your team is giving me a report like this that they have on the screen, I'm getting this before the board meeting?
I understand where you're coming from, because there has been board meetings where we're only presented the data at the board meeting.
Yeah.
So that's why it's new information to us.
Right.
Like, even though the agenda says we are going to have a presentation, we haven't been getting the attachment with it.
Okay,
So a lot of
that's-
times the information we get is new. I also wasn't clear if that was the way this was supposed to go, or if we're also supposed to get that presentation ahead of time.
Yeah, that's where I was
Yeah.
coming from.
Okay, President Pastor Rivera, we will make sure that the attachments get put in a week before when we publish. I thought we were doing that, not in all cases, of course. Sometimes there's nuanced little changes to a slide through a rehearsal, like we do a lot of preparation to make sure our teams feel ready and prepared. There may be a wording change or a visual representation a little bit different, but the lion's share of the presentation should not change, nor should the data, unless it was an error. So we will be more cognizant of that and make sure it's called out for you.
Thank you for bringing that up, because yes, let's be clear, we would absolutely encourage you to get your data at least a week in advance. Brace yourselves, board members. I'm also going to ask you to submit at least one question at least 3 days before the board meeting. That way, the leadership team has time to prepare to answer your questions with extreme detail that you're probably going to be seeking. And when we build this culture into your boardroom, that everyone's reading their packets, that you're reading your progress monitoring, and you're submitting questions ahead of time, you should begin to notice that the dialogue gets richer and richer, because you're not throwing curveballs at them at the board meeting. You're letting them prepare. Everyone's being honest and transparent with one another. So yes, it begins with getting it a week in advance, and then my ask of you board members is to try to submit at least one question 3 days before the board meeting so that they can prep for the board meeting.
Because everybody's prepared.
Yes, ma'am. That's the idea. The idea is to not do gotcha governance. The idea is to conduct good, healthy business on behalf of children. Good stuff. Ready, team?
Okay, Jorge, I think we're ready for the presentation. Well, good morning. Thank you, President Pastor Rivera Board. We're excited to be able to spend some time with you today. As Ms. Andrade indicated, today is a deeper conversation around our EL learners and the interim goals, and we're going to have an opportunity to do some learning. We think the context will help answer some of the questions that you had at the December board meeting. So as we get started, and hopefully your iPads are working so you can see this on your screens as well, just want to encourage you to take a few minutes and take a look at the intended outcomes for today. As Dr. Ramos indicated, our focus is really around the outputs for the interim goals and how we believe those will achieve the outcomes for the goals that you have selected. You can see, if time permits, we're hoping to catch up on a second progress monitoring with you. That's number 5 up on the screen for goals 2 and 3, which are reading and math respectfully. So up on the screen, you will see a quick reminder of the goal 4 for our EL learners that was adopted in the fall of this current school year, and the benchmarks that we're hoping to achieve for each category of our language learners. Again, these are the interim goals that were presented to you in December for consideration of adoption. Again, as Ms. Andrade indicated, they were tabled to give us an opportunity to take a deeper dive and engage in some learning together for that context. As we get started, we wanted to share with you a little bit about who our language learners are. This is a very large percentage of our population, about 20% of our total enrollment in this school district. You can see that based on the numbers. Of the number of students that are identified for language support, about 15% of our total student population are actively receiving services of some kind through our model. You will also note that we have some that are pending placements. This is a very fluid, transient population for us in the district, and also based on when students take the AZELA exam, they may be in the process of reclassifying the level of language learning services that they are receiving. You will also note that we have students that qualify under 2 labels or levels of service. So some of our students are both language learners and students that qualify for our ESS or special education services. You will also see the top 5 languages that are spoken in the district. Spanish probably doesn't surprise you, but those others might. Does anyone know where in the world Dari is spoken?
In Asia, correct?
Ooh, close. It's actually in Afghanistan. I had to look that up, by the way, because I wanted to find out. But that's kind of exciting if you think about the wide variety of countries that are represented in our district. And finally, you remember the Azella test is the state-assigned assessment for our language learners, and you can see the 4 domains of learning and language development that are covered for proficiency on that exam. All right, as we move into our next portion of learning, I'm going to ask that you work in partners. So if you would take a minute to identify who your partner is going to be, and somebody needs to be a partner A and somebody needs to be a partner B. So recognize we got a lot of space between a few of the board members, so just take a quick second, decide who you're gonna partner up with. Okay. Okay, so if you're partner A, just raise your hand real quick so I know who the A's are. Okay? And then B's. Okay, perfect. As we move through the presentation here, I just want to make you aware that there's going to be a lot of interaction. And so I'm just going to say it's tough for me as a teacher to stay in my seat for this portion, but I'll do my best. I'm going to ask that you take a look at the questions that are up on the screen because we're going to be talking through a couple of graphics and spend some time sitting in this space. So if you take a minute, just review what it is that you're going to be talking to your partner about, and then I'll come back to this slide when we're ready. Every district in the state of Arizona is required to adopt a model related to English language instruction. Those models are approved by the state, and then the district decides what is going to best meet their needs. And as I dive into the explanation of the models and the amount of time that we spend with our language learners in the different models, I just want to recognize the large number of staff members who contributed to this work. We've got a team that's just outside the doors with us that have really pushed in with Mr. Camp and myself to be able to provide context, and of course our students and our teachers and our administrators do a large share of the work that's being represented today. Let's start with the graphic that's on the left. This is the model that we have adopted in Phoenix Union. I want to call your attention to what is at the center circle of that model, because this really describes who is responsible for teaching our EL students and helping with that language development. I'm just going to ask a quick question for understanding. Who is responsible? What does the graphic say?
All educators.
All educators. So this is just not our English language teachers. It's every educator that comes in contact with our kiddos and has them sitting in their classes and offering those experiences. Now on the outside of that, you'll notice the word student agency. So what does this really mean in terms of education? Well, this is empowering our learners to take ownership of their education by having a voice in what they're learning, making choices about that, setting goals for themselves, and guiding their learning paths. It's really shifting students from being passive recipients of their language to active participants in learning. You will also notice that there are 4 circles that represent principles that this model is anchored in. So let's move to the top of the graph. This model is an asset-based language model, meaning that we believe that students have something that they come to the table with. They're building from their primary language, the experiences they have, the cultures that they come from, and they're connecting all of these things as they are developing their language skills in English. The next 2 principles are real important because we're going to spend a lot of time, and these tie back to the walkthrough tools that we're recommending. You'll see integrated instruction. These are students in classes with their peers receiving the same curriculum and materials. So that might be in math, that might be in science, could be in health, it could be in art, or even as the students progress in their language proficiency English classes. This is really where they are applying their academic English through the lens of the class that they're taking. So they're describing processes, they're analyzing and solving problems, they're determining what is the appropriate equation to use. At the bottom of the chart, you'll see targeted instruction. These are the specific English or ELD classes where the students are learning language and how academic English functions. So they begin to learn, what does it mean if you're describing? What does it mean if you're analyzing? How do you apply? On the far left is the final principle or assessment, monitoring, and feedback. How do students know they're progressing? Every teacher does this regardless of content area. They're monitoring, they're giving feedback to students. Now here's a fun fact. Did you know that the Department of Education actively monitors systems for how they are implementing their language learning programs? And right now in Phoenix Union, we're actually knee-deep in our monitoring cycle for this. The state typically focuses on Principle 2, which is that integrated instruction, and Principle 3, which is that targeted instruction. Now let's shift to that
Chief
graph that's on
KS?
the, yes.
And they go through and do classroom walks, correct?
They will. In fact, that'll be the first week of February. Thank you for the question. Let's shift our graph,
Question,
yes, board member.
do they just go through the LD classes, walk through the LD classes, or do they walk through all academic and
They will do a
CTE
combination of both because they're
Okay.
looking at the integrated instruction, which again is multiple content areas, as well as that targeted instruction. Thank you for the question. Okay, the graph on the upper right-hand side, this is really a breakdown of where do students spend their time when they are with us. So you'll see gold is where most of our EL students are spending their time, and again, this is a representation of that integrated instruction. Blue is the next largest group, which is the targeted. And finally, red represents the non-academic time. So that would be passing periods, lunch, and advisory. Now, advisory is kind of interesting because this is really where you will see the interventions and supports that might be needed for students that are struggling. And the reason it's considered to be non-academic is there's no new material that's being introduced in these spaces. It's really reinforcing and helping the students continue to make progress or address maybe where there's a gap in their learning. Okay, I'm going to go back to the question because I just threw a ton of information at you, and I'm going to ask that you work with your partner. Partner A, you're going to get to go first. You're going to talk through these questions with your partner. Partner B, your job is to listen and then provide a summary statement, and I'm going to give you about 2 to 3 minutes, and then I'm going to ask that you switch roles. Okay, partner B, you should be switching roles at this point and responding to partner A. Okay, I'm going to ask that you wrap up your conversations and thank you. I'm going to do a quick check for understanding because there's a couple of these terms again that you're going to hear multiple times today, so we just want to make sure that we have a clear understanding. So when we talk about integrated instruction, what types of classes are we talking about?
Algebra, language arts, social studies, Spanish, science, the core curriculum.
Right, so they're with their mainstream peers, right? And President Pastor Rivera gave us some great examples of those. So targeted instruction, what types of classes are we talking about in this space?
You're talking about the Well, exactly, just with that emphasis, reading, writing, pronunciation, listening,
Right.
yeah.
So these are specific for language development, right? So there's going to cover those 4 domains of learning a language. Perfect. And so as you think about our learners, and you saw the graphic associated with where they're spending most of their school day, which type of environment, integrated or targeted, are the learners spending most of their time in?
Integrated.
Integrated. You guys got it. You're star students at this point. That's
Well,
awesome.
You have 2 teachers and a data person, you know.
Yeah, that does help, absolutely.
Hey, I have a degree in education.
Oh, awesome. Welcome to the club. Okay, we're going to go ahead and transition, and partner B, you're going to have the opportunity to go first this time, and so just want you to have that in your mind as we're moving through this. And so we talked a little bit about this, and President Pastor Rivera, I really appreciated your comments about what can we focus on in terms of internal versus external. This is really internal here. So as we take a look at what makes up the art, science, and magic that's happening in the classroom, well, there's that adopted curriculum. And this comes based on the state standards. So Arizona has state standards for each class. You may have heard us refer to our guaranteed and viable curriculum. We have spent years looking at every single course in Phoenix Union and identifying what are those essential standards. And the reason this matters is it means that every kiddo, regardless of who they have for a teacher or where they go to school in Phoenix Union, are going to receive instruction on those essential standards. So it creates that equity of experience for kiddos. So once that adopted curriculum has been decided on, then you get to like the how, right? Because the what's been decided. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I do. So I guess my question is, and going back to mine, Board Member Cross's guardrail, a listening session, there was one particular teacher who kept emphasizing the point that we do not have bilingual education. And I know for a fact that we do, for sure. I guess my point is, what type of training are first-year teachers and after that receiving so that they are aware that our curriculum is adaptive for the language learners?
Thank you for the question, President Pastor Rivera, and I'll start, and certainly if Mr. Camp wants to chime in here. We have been very intentional as a district associated with the onboarding of our teachers when they're new to us, making sure that they have time both with their content specialists and their instructional leaders and department members around what is the adopted curriculum for Phoenix Union, and giving them time to understand what that is, what are our expectations, where do they get resources. We also are a collaborative team or PLC district, and so they have their peers who are teaching the same classes that they are as direct resources to be able to figure out best practices and having access to activities and different lesson and learning targets that work well with our students. So we do make a big investment in our teachers in that way.
Thank you, Ms. Tejas. President Pastor Rivera, quick question. In terms of your question around bilingual education, could you clarify that a little bit? Because there are some statutory requirements for education around that, but are the teachers, just real quick to sort of clarify that.
Yeah, and I may have misspoken
That's
when
okay.
I said bilingual education. I guess the point of the teacher and Board Member Cross, if you remember correctly as well, their point was, is our curriculum being adapted for all of our English language learners? And if so, what type of training is necessary for them to use that? I think I got this.
Yes, yes,
So, yeah.
perfect, yeah. When I first started teaching in '99, there were like bilingual biology classes and other things, and that statute has changed. But in terms of your question, yes, Ms. Tejas did provide a lot of information. We have our certified induction experience for our new teachers, and that's 3 years long that they stay in that program. And that's sort of like the week before school starts, they get the basic trainings and overview. All of our new teachers, first through third year, also go through our foundations in the teaching and learning framework, and that has a lot of overview. This is who we are as a district. This is what we offer. This is what inclusive education looks like. And then we also have a certified induction cadre that they also do PD hours during the year throughout their process, sort of like a in-job experience, right, with those trainings. And those skills, that professional development is provided specifically to those groups around how to adapt lessons, how to accommodate for a variety of students, not just students with IEPs, but also students with language barriers. In the past, the state's required ESI endorsements for teachers. That's gone back and forth with the state, I'm sure you know, but also around linguistic skills and strategies for teachers to work on in that classroom.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Great questions. Thank you, Board. As we continue to look at outputs, in other words, what are things that are going to be known in the midst of a cycle that we can make some determinations associated with whether the outcome or that goal is going to be achieved? In addition to the adopted curriculum, the instruction that's happening in the classroom is a good indication not only of whether that adopted curriculum is in place in the classroom, but also how are students receiving that curriculum and how well they are doing. So that's the instruction and the assessment pieces. And these three work together in tandem to really create the conditions for students to learn well. Over there on the left-hand side, you'll see how these outputs actually help us monitor what matters for all students in terms of learning, but particularly our language learning students.
I want to go back to that for a minute because it's going to be really important because it references the walkthroughs, and we may get to that in a minute, but there's curriculum, which is a really big word in education, right? The curriculum. There's an adopted curriculum, and then there's the taught curriculum. And we hope those are the same thing, but they're not always. So again, to ensure fidelity, that our inputs are working, and that teachers have the support they need, that's where the walkthrough comes in. To make sure that you've got this adopted curriculum and you don't walk in and they're doing something completely different. And it's not even close, or it's daily like that. So you want to make sure everybody's on the same page so that kids are getting research-based, high yield, high quality curriculum, strategies, and et cetera. So,
Ms. Andrade, may I add to that real quick? President Pastor Rivera, board members, that connection is crucial, right? And as you started the morning, Dr. Ramos talked about the effective characteristics of governing boards, right? And the first one was high expectations for quality instruction and academic achievement, right? And if we're teaching if you're missing one of those three, then they're not aligned, and student outcomes are sort of a luck to increase, right? The progression of learning is directly connected to the progression of teaching. And so that's where that cycle coexists. Thank you.
Regarding walkthroughs, I remember you answered this in the question in the board meeting, but I don't remember the answer. Could you say or explain who does the walkthroughs again? And then are those walkthroughs announced or more like spontaneous?
Thank you for your question. I'm just wondering if maybe we could table that till we get to the actual walkthroughs because they're coming up. Thank you. Appreciate it. Great question.
Thank you.
Of course. Okay, partner B, who are you? Who are my Bs? Okay, just make sure you're keeping that because you're going to get to go first this go around. So we're going to take a look at different instructional strategies and the impacts of instructional routines. So in your packet, you have a copy of this particular article. I'm going to give you a few minutes to read through that, and these are the questions, partner B, you're going to be starting with. So an instructional routine is, a strategy is, and they are different because. So I'll give you a few minutes to read through the article. We'll put a timer up. Let's give them about 10 minutes, and then we'll get you together and your partner. If you don't need full 10 minutes, that's okay. You can go ahead and move to begin with your partner, and you'll just get as far as you can in the article. I'm going to check in real quick just to see how you're doing. It looks like most of you are pretty deep into the article. In the interest of time, I'm going to ask that you take a look at the chart that's on page 23. And once you've had a chance to review that, if you would begin to work with your partner. Again, partner Bs, you are going first. The questions are up on the screen. Jorge, can we move the timer over just a little bit? Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, should be hearing some talking between partners at this point.
I feel rushed.
If partner A has not yet had a chance to respond, I'm going to encourage you to move to partner A to give them an opportunity to respond as well. I'm going to give you about another 30 seconds to finish up on conversations. All right, let's do some sharing out. Were some ahas? And then we'll get to the ones below. Were there any ahas?
Clerk Meyer, do you have anything to say?
Yes, but I didn't know if you wanted to
Oh,
say
no,
anything
you're
first.
good. I thought you were asking. Yeah, go ahead. You could lead.
Okay. So the ahas, I think it made me reflect back to my like time as a student, not necessarily specific in Phoenix Union, but I'm thinking more so as a little kid, because, or maybe I'm thinking about high school. Actually, my first year of high school, I was actually in another school, but in that one, I remember there was a teacher who like I knew exactly what to expect in her class every single day. And as someone with like anxiety, that made me feel good. As a student who had anxiety, I was like, okay, they're not gonna call on me randomly because we don't do random call outs. We do group work. Like I already knew what to expect. So that made me realize, oh, that was instructional routine. I didn't realize that was actually like a strategy of teaching, because then I would then go to another class where that teacher was just like, well, today we're doing this randomly, and then the next day we're doing this randomly. So like it would throw me off. So it helped me reflect on like, okay, so instructional routine is an expectation, and then the teaching strategy is like the method of like getting students to interact.
Yes. Thank you for that. You're spot on. Appreciate that. Any other ahas or reflections from the article?
Well, I think the big takeaway, and perhaps you could correct me if I'm wrong, what I understood it and perceived it as instructional routine is kind of the combination of both the student's learning strategy and the teaching strategy combined into one, right? If that's the way I'm seeing it. Please correct if I am mistaken.
It's research-based best
Right.
practices,
Right.
and it really is the art and science
Right.
meeting, so yes. All right, let's take a look at what you were asked to respond to. So starting with routine, okay, again, research-based best practices. You have some examples in the chart on page 23, and I actually used some of them with you. So I gave you some sentence frames to be able to put your thinking into as you were responding to your partners. And if you think about for a student learning language, if you give them something to start with, how much easier that is for them. So we modeled that for you. What's a strategy, an instruction, or a learning strategy, or an instructional strategy? Some of you I saw using them today.
Taking notes, I think that it's definitely a learning strategy, right? When we think about annotating, perhaps even doing flashcards, that is a learning strategy.
Yes, it's what the kiddo's doing, right? And so I saw some of you marking the text and writing some notes out. Some of you were even like, I need to ask this question, and I saw you writing that down. So those are some examples of that, okay? And what do you think? How are they different? If you think about really what the student does versus what the student and teacher are doing, that's really where you're going to see the primary difference. So the student needs to be taught, right, how to use the strategies or what strategies. And many of you probably remember from your own experience in school, and Board Member Meyer, I appreciated what you had to say. You knew what to expect in that teacher's classroom, and that was comforting for you because you learned the routine in there, right? You probably also had been taught some strategies, and you figured out what works for you and what doesn't work for you. Some people are big on note cards and others are not, just as an example that President Pastor Rivera shared earlier. Well, thank you for your time on that. We're going to continue on. Now that you've got this background and the context for what's happening in terms of the curriculum, the instruction, we're going to dive into now the interim goals in terms of how the walkthroughs help support the monitoring of these two items, and then I'll be turning it over to Mr. Camp, who'll talk more specifically about the assessment pieces. So we're going to start actually with proposed interim goal 4.2. Can I get a volunteer to read that?
Sure.
Thank you.
By May of 2026, 85% of all targeted ELD classrooms are consistently implementing research-based English language development, instructional routines as measured by weekly classroom walkthroughs.
Perfect, thank you. Which group of kiddos or in classrooms are going to be captured in this? targeted, which is, this is the ELL classes where they're actually learning the language skills, right? So again, the walkthroughs allow us as a campus to know if those language development classrooms have the strategies and the routines that are being embedded in them that are going to lead to the language development that we hope to see in our students. So with that being said, oh, sorry, we had the animation on that. Let's take a look at the actual walkthrough tool. So I'm gonna call your attention to, it says Dr. Kate Kinsella's Top 20 3D English Implementation List. And I've got a picture of it up there on the left-hand side of the screen. This is the tool that we actually are using in our language development classrooms. This has been embedded electronically. So you can see the little picture of the phone. We have the ability to use it as we're walking through classrooms. The top 20 actually focus in on two areas: what's happening in terms of the environment in the classroom, and then what is happening in terms of the instruction in the classroom. So you take a minute and look through those. You may have noticed some of what we have used with you as board members in our learning today reflected on this list. We train our administrators and we use the walkthrough tools to really see what those best practices look like in action. As Ms. Andrade alluded to earlier, with this information, it allows us to know whether things are being implemented with fidelity, and also identifies maybe where teachers might need a little bit more support. You can see that we have the ability to use data that is being pulled out of the walkthrough. That's what you see on the right-hand side of the screen. You think about the characteristics of the school board. I think it was number 6 that talked about how leveraging resources and how do you identify opportunities for professional development. This is the type of data that allows us to do that when we can see what's working well. So we call those glows or grows, what needs an opportunity to be improved in some way. All right, you're going to get an opportunity to use this walkthrough tool, so make sure you've got that out and you're ready to do some check-offs as you're reviewing the next set here. We're going to have an opportunity to hear from one of the leading experts, Dr. Kate Kinsella. She's going to talk a little bit about the tool, just briefly, and a little bit about curriculum and why that matters. Just so that you know, this is the adopted curriculum for Phoenix Union, and she, again, is the leading expert. So you're going to hear her talk about that. Then she's going to transition. You're going to see it in action with her in a classroom.
Board Member Cross, did you have a question?
So the people that are doing the walkthroughs, are Phoenix Union people?
Yes.
Are they certified ELL or whatever? Or is there some kind of a certification for that?
Some are, and I think this is also part of what Board Member Meyer was asking. So our campus administrators, some do have backgrounds in EL. As a reminder, Mr. Kemp referenced this earlier, we all have the SEI endorsement where we're responsible for having a base level of understanding of how to best support our language learners. Our ed mentors also are trained on the walkthrough tool, and many campuses have also trained their instructional leaders. So there's a multitude of individuals. These typically are not announced visits. Again, it's just a quick snapshot in time. You should see evidence, though, of those routines, of strategies and practices in the classroom. And as Ms. Andrade indicated earlier, if you're consistently not seeing those, that's an opportunity to provide that teacher with some support. Maybe there's a gap in understanding. Okay, so we're going to use this walkthrough tool. We're going to listen to Dr. Kinsella for just a few minutes, and then you're going to see her transition to the classroom where you'll have an opportunity to see those in action. I think we're ready, Jorge.
Students need to be engaged in academic interaction, but academic interaction that is highly structured and highly supported. Often we throw vulnerable learners into a group work process or a partner process without clear expectations of what they need to do, nor the language facility to be able to engage in that collaborative process, whether it's engaging in a science experiment or whether it's analyzing a paper and providing feedback to a partner. While writing the program, I tried to make sure there were plenty of opportunities where students just brainstormed using everyday English or reviewed content using everyday language. But when they needed to be engaging in a more cognitively complex task, we really explicitly taught them language that would be portable and applicable for this task, and that we were very clear on the process, what you needed to accomplish with your partner or your fellow group members, as well as the language demands. Because if our goal is academic language acceleration, as well as content and literacy acquisition, we need to make sure that every single student in the group process or partner process is involved in speaking, listening, reading, and writing. As a duo, as a team, you're going to complete the third and final sentence that provides more elaboration. And I would like my bees in the room. Bees, may I see your hands? You are going to lead the discussion. You'll notice that there are several blanks in the sentence. Each time, B, you're going to begin by asking, what should we write? And A, you will answer first by saying, we could put. B's, begin the collaborative process by asking, what should we write? B?
As a result, teens who frequently come to school feeling fatigue have considerable difficulties collaborating when they are doing a project such as the ink drop. So, what do you think makes sense?
We could also write, as a result, teens who constantly come to school feeling lethargic have considerable difficulty staying awake during the project.
Okay, quick snippet. I'm going to ask that you take a look at the walkthrough sheet. What did you see in terms of the environment, and what did you see in terms of the instruction? Take a minute, look at that individually, and then connect with your partner, and then we'll share out whole group. Okay, board, we ready to share out? Let's start with the environment first, and I just want to honor that it's tough to see the entire classroom environment through a video, so you get a different experience when you're there in person. But what kinds of things did you see that were conducive to language development?
Well, first, I want to say how, on a personal level, how this video definitely is enhancing my teaching capabilities, right? So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
With that being said, I think in many ways, you can say all 5 were being displayed, but particularly within the very first scene, you saw number 1, number 2, and number 3. Even though we didn't see the board, you saw the students clearly looking back and forth to it. So I think that they had a place of reference. So definitely. Now, of course, again, we didn't see the rest of the lesson, but it is assumed that they were using the vocabulary and the portfolio. So definitely 1 through 3 definitely had an idea.
Great, thank you, President Pastor Rivera. Let's take a look at instruction then, and we'll go to our other pair over here. What kinds of things did you see in terms of instruction?
Number 7, set up the lesson task with clear purpose, explanation, and modeling. She did that.
Agreed. Any others that you saw?
Explanation of vocabulary and grammatical target is guided response.
Mm-hmm.
And then verbal rehearsal of the model response. She gave an example.
She did.
How to respond. 14 cues of partner A and B begin lesson in interaction. She gave that. And circulating to read and listen to students' responses. Oh, no, I crossed that through. Never mind.
She might have, we don't know again, because we're
Yeah.
seeing just such a small window of what's occurring.
Right.
I'd like to call your attention very quickly to number 6, academic register. I don't know how many of you speak a second language. I'll use myself as an example. If I need to go shopping, if I need directions, if I want to have a pleasant social exchange with someone, I am all over that, regardless of whether that's English or Spanish. If I need to have an academic discussion about something, however, I do not have the vocabulary in Spanish to be able to have that in-depth of an interaction. And our language learners are like that as well. So they may do very well socially speaking, right? But when it comes to the academic pieces related to language, particularly through the lens of content, that's typically where they struggle a little bit. So that's what we're talking about in terms of the academic register. Are they using that academic language versus the social language? Just to give you a quick explanation around that. Okay, well, thank you very much for your time. We're going to dive in a little bit deeper now to the other interim goals that have been proposed. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Camp.
Oh, excuse me. I know,
Go ahead.
okay, before we start, could we take a bathroom break since we have, yeah.
Of course, let's take a 5-minute bathroom
5-minute break, yeah.
Perfect. Oh, she's right there. Board Member Cross. Yeah.
Board Member Cross.
It is time, so let's continue. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Okay, I understand the time's running a little short, and I'm going to make some adjustments, but I really want to get to the powerful stuff in my portion. And I don't think I've ever been so excited about a presentation lately that I am for this, because I really want you guys to see the power behind it. So I'm going to take us to 4.3. If you noticed, Ms. Tejas went over 4.2, which was that targeted. And then 4.3, you see the underlying area in there. Can someone read that interim goal, the proposed interim goal there for me, please? President Pastor Rivera, thank you.
By May of 2026, 60% of content area classrooms serving EL students are integrating 3 or more designated ELD instructional routines as measured by classroom walkthrough data.
Thank you, sir. And just as a reminder, content area classrooms, are those the targeted or the integrated classes?
Integrated, correct?
They are the integrated classrooms. Remember, the targeted are our actual EL English classes in the block, and then our content area classrooms where they spend the majority of the time of their day, right, with the exception of our newcomers. If you recall, in a recent governing board meeting, based on feedback from our staff, we made some adjustments to that newcomer model, 4 hours versus 2 hours. And so the student example I have is of a newcomer, and I'll talk about that in a moment. But the 4.3 actually has to do with all of our content area classrooms that serve EL students. And so this next slide here you may recognize from the previous board meeting when we were proposing these interim goals. The graph there on the left of this slide, again, is just a reminder to show for the majority of our EL students receiving surfaces, the amount of time that they are in each of those classes. And so interim goal 4.3 is those instructional routines in the integrated class. And as Ms. Tejas mentioned around our model, all of our staff, all of our teachers are responsible for instructing our ELs. And so to measure that time and the instruction going on in those classrooms, that's where this interim goal is measured. We want to look at the instructional routines and practices that are occurring in those classes. And so on the bottom of this slide, you see handout number 4. What I would like to bring your attention to is the rather large packet that you have in your handouts. And it's labeled McCrell Power Walkthrough, and it's in a landscape form. And so what I'm going to talk about briefly here is back to Clerk Meyer's questions on what are these walkthroughs, who does them, and Ms. Tejas did answer the majority of those questions. The who, they are unannounced, but they're only around 7 to 10 minutes. There's a lot of research around how long should an informal walkthrough be. Some say 7, some say 8, so it's right around 10 minutes. And so, like you were mentioning earlier, you can't see the entire lesson. In fact, in a video, it's hard to see the environment. So going into the classroom, whether it's at the beginning of the day, beginning of the lesson, the middle of the lesson, or the end of the lesson, we track all of that information in the walkthroughs. Just as a quick reminder about inputs versus outputs, what would you call the McCrell instrument itself that administrators and campus leaders have on their phone? Is that an input or an output? The actual walkthrough itself?
Input.
It's an input. Very good. Thank you. The data that comes from that is the output, right? And then that would hopefully lead to what we're trying to get here in which is outcome, right? To improve our EL's proficiency. And so the large report that you have here, I would just like to briefly explain what you're looking at. And we don't have time to go through all of this data today because it's quite cumbersome. But this report actually is a comparison report. So I'd like to turn your attention to the very top of this report where it says, column A is from August of 24 to January of 25. Column B is August of 25 to January of 26. So what our leadership team has done with this data is comparing fall semester of last year to fall semester of this year. And then you'll see all the schools calculated. There's actually over 1,600 walkthroughs done during that time across the district at all of our sites. And it is a goal of our leadership team to have our administrators not micromanage, but observe the instruction going on in classrooms, because that is a direct link to improving Tier 1 instruction. Back to one of those effective strategies of board members, and so that's a focus that we can clearly use this data on. These walkthroughs are informal. They are not a part of the formal evaluation process for teachers. Those formal evaluations are actually scheduled, all 3 parts of them. And so these are throughout the week, going in the beginning, the middle, or the end of the class. And you can, again, I would like to have gone through some of these slides, some of these pages, but it starts with what are the contents, and then it goes to what is the grade level, and then it goes to the beginning, middle, or end. And we can filter through all of that data to bring it down to specific content, so on and so forth. And you can see a lot of the different strategies that are observed here. Within this interim goal, we would identify and work with campuses on identifying instructional practices that are already a part of this walkthrough to further benefit our learners in our integrated EL classes. So we would use the Kinsella Top 20 sheet, the actual McCrell walkthrough form for those classes to try and increase the amount of these instructional routines that are research-based and proven to be in our integrated classrooms as well, and so that they get more used to those routines. And what's really beneficial is if you remember the slide that Ms. Tejas shared, this helps to build student agency. This helps to build that comfort and that confidence in our students. Ms. Tejas asked if any of you speak a second language, or if you are actually a second language learner. If you think about some of your second language learner students or a student that's in a high school setting, what's the hardest part for them in all of those areas? Reading, writing, speaking, or listening, do you think, in their content classes? Sir?
Reading.
Reading, yes, that's definitely a difficult one. One that they are least confident about is the speaking portion within their contents, but yes, absolutely, it's just as important. And so building that agency and that confidence, that's really where those routines come in, not just in their English language class, but in their content classes as well, such as having it visible in addition to explaining the process. And so that's just an example. And so as I move to this next slide here, this is the one I'm going to skip today. We were going to observe a freshman connections class that has EL students in it. This is a freshman class, and this would be an example of an integrated class. And so this would be a lesson where we're watching a teacher teaching a freshman connections class and sees if there are some of those instructional routines that we are identifying as part of this interim goal. This is just a reminder again about this being an output and actually giving us additional importance around EL language acquisition. It also ensures that we're working on developing those language practices in the majority of their school day versus just the 2 hours only. And so with that, I'm now going to move to probably my favorite part here, which is 4.1. And this is the interim goal that posed the question at the board meeting about how are we assessing students too much? Are we giving just additional tests? And so, Ms. Cross, do you mind reading this interim goal, proposed interim goal, please? Sorry to call you out.
Board Member Cross, the microphone, please.
She's gonna hate me.
Proposed interim goal, measure 4.1 by June of 2026.
Wait, can you start over for the mic?
I thought I did. Proposed interim goal, measure 4.1, right?
Yes,
Right?
ma'am. Thank you.
By June of 2026, 60% of EL students in the targeted ELD course will show measurable growth on the Flashlight 360 assessment tool from fall to spring.
And so my goal here in the next few minutes is to give us an understanding of this Flashlight 360 assessment tool. And so I'm just going to take a couple minutes to explain through this. When we initially adopted the 3D curriculum in 2020, we didn't have Flashlight. We started using our own assessments, our own midterm assessments, and we were noticing a miss with the actual measurement comparing to Azella. And so Flashlight primarily focuses on the speaking and the writing component of language acquisition. It is part and embedded within our scope and sequences as part of the adopted curriculum. They are not additional assessments. In fact, these assessments don't really have a list of questions. These students respond to a prompt by speaking and recording, and then they also do a very short writing sample of that prompt. I'm going to give you an example in just a moment. They are far less than 20 minutes each, and they are within the classroom, and there are 3 of them throughout the year, as I presented earlier at the previous board meeting. This is, again, an output for us. The flashlight instrument itself is an input, right? It's a resource. The results we get from this is an output, which lends itself to a good measure for an interim goal. And then those measure components within the Flashlight 360 are aligned to the Azella test when it comes to the writing and the speaking components. A scale of 1 to 5 that they use in measuring those. And the reason why I bring up NWA here is because it's important for our EL students to also be measured on that reading and that math component within NWA, but also to bring it a step further, if we did not use this type of a resource, which is already embedded in our curriculum, the only assessment we would have on growth for our students would be the actual Azella test. And so instead of just relying on that summative assessment, these interim benchmarks help the students and the teachers show their growth along the way. Why do I think that's going to move it? You saw this similar slide here as well. This aggregated and even disaggregated data can be broken down by, again, not grade level, but performance level by fall, winter, and spring. And then that graph down at the bottom there also shows the different components of speaking as well as the components of writing. And so the data can be aggregated from fall, winter, and spring for all of those components within each of the levels. We will use the same kind of progress monitoring notes of the colored stars, similar to what we did for NWEA. Okay, so this is my favorite part. And so this is an example, and for anonymity purposes and to protect the identity of the student, I shall call this student Azul. Azul is a 10th grade student. She arrived to us last year in the spring, January of 2025, from Mexico. She came in as a newcomer in our newcomer program, and the entry date of her in January did not qualify her to have a reassessment test that year. So we had no reassessment score. The only thing we had from her was her placement score. And so I'm going to show a little example of what Flashlight 360 looks like in terms of those benchmark assessments. Again, a reminder that these are not graded by our teachers. When we were also looking at purchasing or acquiring through procurement Flashlight 360, we also knew and took into account that our teachers are inundated with preparing, lesson planning, teaching, even assessing their end of lesson assessments. So this is actually assessed by the teachers as part of the Flashlight program. They are hired by Flashlight. They listen to these recordings, give scores and feedback directly to the student. So I would ask at this time, I'm going to show you a progression of our pre-emergent student, Azul, and just how agency is built within this formative assessment process. So we have a speaking response, and then we have a writing response. And on the slide, you can see right now at the bottom of each of the pictures is the student's writing response. Very short. It's not a 3-paragraph essay. It's not like a writing sample on ACT. It's to practice their writing related to the prompt. The prompt is actually a picture, the picture you see there, and they are supposed to speak and write about it. So I'm going to have Mr. Carrillo play the speaking prompt for the very first formative assessment that this student took. So please listen in the audio. Go ahead, Jorge. It's not an error, that's the right recording. And so this student's first month, 2 months with us was so nervous, could not even respond to the speaking prompt. And that happens a lot for our very first attempts, right? It takes practice. On the Azella test, they only get one shot. With Flashlight, they have the opportunity to record it 2 or 3 times to, again, build agency. And so then you see the first writing prompt down there. And now, in the fall of 25, she took another formative assessment, another benchmark, which is, again, just short, speaking and writing. And I want you to just listen to the progress of this student. So please, can you please play the fall 25 speaking prompt?
In the picture, I see two friends playing with ceramics. Two soccer teams. One is the color red and another is the color yellow. The third picture sees students, level, and teacher. And the last picture, I see many people, scenery, and wow, color blanket.
Okay, so that was her second, and you can see the score that she got there was a 2 on the speaking. The writing prompt is down below, and it looks like a little lower score than the first one, but it's not about length. It's about relating the writing and speaking prompt to the picture. Yes, Clerk Meyer.
Yeah, I have just a clarifying question. Just try to put myself in the student's shoes. Are they given, when they're looking at this prompt, are they given like a chance to write down their thoughts and then they speak and that's recorded? Or how does that process look like?
Yes, they have the opportunity to take notes, just like a strategy, right, that we talked about earlier, to prepare them for the assessment. And when they take the Azella assessment, they're also able to use scratch paper.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. I'd like to move quickly to the third. I just want to show you her progress. I'm going to skip the speaking A prompt, and Jorge, if you could just do the speaking B prompt. This is the final one. Just for time's sakes, I wanted you to hear her agency and flow from the first to the second try, but we're just going to go with the second try and you can see her improvement.
In the first picture, I see a boy with blue pants and a girl with blue t-shirt. In the second picture, I see engineers student and a computer. In the third picture, I observe 2 soccer teams. One is color yellow and the second one is color red. In the last one picture, I observe people reading in a room, and I observe chairs and one table.
And so I really wanted to just kind of show that progression, because if we didn't have these formative assessment tools, the only assessment we would have from this student is on the Azella again. Again, no practice, no building of agency, and each of these formative assessments are built within the curriculum scope and sequence and are very short amount of time. So hopefully that helped a little bit, and I know we're running short on time, so I'll kind of move through here. So again, hopefully that was some extra context on the Flashlight 360 for interim goal 4.1. Ms. Tejas spoke of interim goal 4.2, and then I also spoke of 4.3 here. So board, at this time, again, these are the interim goals for EL that we propose in hopeful consideration for adoption. And with that, I'll open it up for a blank screen or discussion.
President Pastor Rivera and members, I just want to say that the Azella test comes up on them quickly. It comes up in February, I believe the window opens.
Yes,
They
our
certainly don't wait
reassessment
till
starts.
the end
No.
of the year, right?
Correct.
And giving students an opportunity to practice what it is they are going to have to perform is an instructional routine. You know, it's a high yield way of building their confidence. I'm not a big fan of assessment, right? It can be a gotcha for kids. But if they have that opportunity to practice it, I think they just improve each time. Each time they read a paragraph over and over repeatedly, they get better at it. And the same goes here. So I understand, and I love the fact that we don't want to over-test our students. But the reality is the language proficiency exam should be reflected in the classroom so that they have those opportunities as part of the curriculum, which it is. Now, as far as NWEA, you know, you're going to see the phenomenal results and growth of our EL students in reading and math. But if I had to abandon one, I think I'd abandon NWEA, because I want them to feel like they're making progress in the language. But I think what you're going to see is they're also making progress in reading and math. And a lot of times that's their go-to, that's their confidence is math, because numbers are a universal language. So I say all that to say there's data to be shared, and our ELs are progressing in both tests, in both assessment situations. But I wanted to give you an opportunity to see that Flashlight 365 should be embedded into their language acquisition classes.
From across.
Now that you're, let me be clear, it's not a written test, correct?
President Pastor Rivera, Board Member Cross, that is correct.
Cool, I like that. I compare this to interviewing skills where we had mock interviews and the kids, I did them twice a year, and they got better on the second round. So yes, the fact that it's not a written test makes me very happy.
Clerk Meyer.
Yes, thank you. I have a couple of questions. I'm trying to wrap my mind around what this process looks like. So I can repeat the question. So the first one is just getting clarification on the purpose or rationale for each test. So my understanding so far has been that the Azella is like the state mandated test, and then the Flashlight is our district's tool, like our input, and then outside of that, the NWEA is also our input, but that's embedded for every student as part of our district curriculum. Is that correct? A good understanding?
President Pastor Rivera, Clerk Meyer, thank you for the question. Just to clarify, yes, the Azella is the state-assigned test for our English learning population. Flashlight does serve as our ability to see how students are making progress on their language. It is a formative for us. To the points that have been made, we don't want to wait until the end, because then we don't have a chance for them to learn and develop those skills, and also the confidence in that space. NWEA is aligned to those content areas, so math and English content. And so they're assessed through those content areas, but certainly those are skills that we would expect students to apply across their learning, regardless of what the class is. So I hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you. And then, are any of the exams part of the grade books? I would assume not, because they're just progress monitoring.
I'll start on that. So the NWA is used for monitoring of the students. Again, we're not creating a system of gotcha, we're creating a system of feedback and a cycle of feedback. So the students might receive a grade for they did it versus how they scored on it. Again, NWA is adaptive, and so is Flashlight 360. So if a student didn't perform well on an area, the test would scale back to build the confidence of the student as well as the skills of the student.
Can I add to that real quick? So Clerk Meyer, thank you for raising those terms. The results of NWEA and Flashlight 360, those are your outputs, right? Those are in the midst of the cycle. And then your Azella is your outcome. So what you got is you got a lot of information on inputs that are connected to your outputs. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So that you're doing a heck of a job in connecting all three pieces, and that will help you compartmentalize and also be able to unpack what exactly it is that you're going to be approving.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question was more like of a timeline of exams, but I don't know if that's really necessary. Now that I have a better understanding of like this, I guess it's just like an unfortunate reality that we have to test our students so much, and that's what I'm wrestling with, given that students were like very anti-test. And I know I had testing anxiety growing up.
Thank you for the question. I just want to reinforce that the Flashlight 360 as a formative is built into the curriculum. It's less than 20 minutes, so it's not something hopefully that the students are overly stressed about. Again, it's designed to give them feedback to help them improve. And so it might seem like a lot, but it goes quickly because it's already embedded in the curriculum.
Okay, thank you so much.
President Pastor Rivera, members, I also would say feedback is so important to these kids. What I really love about Flashlight 360 is that it gives the kids the feedback. They have, I don't know what you call them, correctors, proctors, something in the background that write these kids messages and tell them, you know, you've improved so much, you're doing a great job. They get that immediate feedback. I just think it's important to know that oftentimes you take a test and it often goes into cyberland to be scored, and you may get a score, but you may not know, wow, you still need to work a little bit more on your pronunciation, or you still need to, work on your vocabulary. But they're getting that in those benchmarks along the way embedded in.
Board Member Pastor Rivera, board members, President Pastor Rivera, board members, I'll get it right sometime. The other nice thing about Flashlight with that practice is the students then have what's called a backpack, right, a virtual backpack. So all of their recordings and those feedbacks are saved, and they can go back, review them, listen to how they were speaking 3 months ago, 5 months ago, and compare that as well to help build their confidence and that agency again. It's a really useful tool.
I want to jump in one more time here just to reinforce that all students take assessments all year in math, all year in English, all year in social studies, at the end of a unit, maybe formatively halfway through the unit if the teacher wants to assess how well they're doing. That is just part of the cycle of learning, to give the teacher feedback, to give the student feedback. And ELD is no different. So their adopted curriculum, 3D, has assessments built in. Imagine if we never gave our students a math quiz or an end of unit exam. They'd never really know how they were going to do until NWEA math. Like they need to know along the way, I'm an A student in math, or I'm a D student in math. The same goes for language acquisition. They need that feedback and they need those assessments along the way. So to say that we're over testing our ELs, yeah, we are, because Azella is the extra test that they have to take. Otherwise, they're just like all students. They take their content area assessments and they take NWEA tests. But then there is that spring window annually from the Department of Education.
Any other discussion? Perfect. Well, okay. At this time, we'll take a 30-minute lunch break. Will you please set the timer for 30 minutes?
Could we have a motion to adopt the interim?
Oh, yes,
goals?
yes, my apologies, my apologies. I motion to adopt the interim goals.
I second.
Motion has been made by myself and seconded by Board Member Cross. All those in favor? Oh, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes. 4 to 0, right? 4-0, motion passes, right? All right, well, at this time, we'll take a 30-minute lunch break. Will you please set the timer to 30 minutes? All right, thank you to all my colleagues, and we are now joined by Board Member Oliver and Board Member Napa, who is joining virtually. Next on the agenda is item 2C, enrollment trends and future investments. Superintendent Andrade.
Thank you, Board President Pastor Rivera, members. This next portion is really designed to kind of take a look at our enrollment trends, but then how do we strategically leverage those to build on future investments and possibly recap some lost enrollment. We believe that CTE will be a huge part of our future in Phoenix Union. And so we're just going to take you through some background data on enrollment, what we've learned to date, and where we'd like to move forward as a board. With that said, I'm going to turn it over to Adrienne, Dr. D'Alba, to kind of lead us through.
Thank you, Superintendent Andrade, President Pastor Rivera, Clerk Meyer, members of the Governing Board, and Phoenix Union community. Today we'll provide a brief update on the enrollment trends, an update on our demographic study, and the potential use of bond funding as a strategic tool to invest in quality educational programming to increase opportunities for our current students and attract students. As you may remember, at some point I mentioned in any operating business, as our revenue declines, we do want to reduce our budgets, but we also want to strategically invest to be able to bring more students and bring in revenue. So I think you've seen this graph probably, I think, 1 million times already. But over the last 3 years, we've had about a 10% decline in enrollment. And so the concept here is we have bond funding to potentially utilize to invest and use that strategically to bring in more students. Based on our 2023 demographic study, there's a heat map up here. The red, the darker the red, the more student-aged population there is in the neighborhood. The lighter the red, the less growth there is, I'm sorry. The blue indicates areas of decline as opposed to growth. And then the yellow or white, whatever color that is areas where there's really no change. And so by looking at the map, you can see that the southwest region of our footprint is booming. It has a high growth index. The southern corridor and the West Valley is also growing. And so thinking that these two areas are booming, they're areas of high growth and it's consistent with our neighboring districts in those areas. Our feeder districts in that area, I don't know what happened to those. Our feeder districts in that area are also experiencing increase in enrollment. And so if the data aligns with the current demographic study that we're doing right now, it would be an area where we'd want to invest, an area where we have the potential to bring in more students and develop educational programs that support more opportunities for that area as well. And so a strategic approach to investing bond funds, when we think about bond funds, right, it's not just for renovations and repairs, but it also allows us to shift our academic program and invest in that infrastructure quickly so we can adjust with the population needs. So there's two areas or two ways to think of it strategically. One is to optimize our current CTE programs, and that is attract students, more students to come in through the academies models in areas where there is growth. Another area is to invest in new programming. So focus on career clusters that show high growth. And then also, what do we do in that southern corridor, western corridor, southwest area to attract students? There's a market opportunity there to increase enrollment. We know there's students there. There's opportunities for partnerships with businesses, with other school districts, with workforce development to see what exactly is growing and what are the careers for tomorrow. When we're looking at our school district, this is data actually from our school district. Thank you to Teaching and Learning for sharing. But essentially, this kind of shows when we look at CTE program, it's divided into clusters. And so as you see, the highest retention area is the health services with 77%. And when we say health services, that, yes, that has a cluster of nursing, CNAs, medical assistants, phlebotomists. It's different areas in that field. The next one is human services, industrial services, IT STEM, and so forth. And so why invest in CTE? And I'll let you know, as a former teacher and a first-generation college student in my family, the biggest thing with CTE, or the biggest advantage of CTE, is flexibility. You never know where life is going to take you, and CTE programs allow you to have multiple pathways. You can keep on that traditional 4-year trajectory to go to the university. You'll be prepared for that as well. However, if something happens in life, as it typically does, you can go through an apprentice program, through a certification program, or to credential programs where that will lead to a lifelong career. When we're looking also from an instructional lens, there's integration of academic programs, right? The skills that students are learning in CTE programs are transferable. Not only, are they exposed to real world experiences and is it workforce aligned, right? But they're also transferable to other areas. Just because I go into a CTE program in healthcare doesn't mean that I can't later become an engineer. I've learned specific skills that allow me to kind of be a flexible thinker and be able to use those skills in different areas. And so as we move forward, we'll be bringing you more information basically on our CTE programs and different offerings that we have. So next steps are kind of what we're, what the ask is here is before making an investment, we want to provide you with data. As much data as possible. And when we say that, first of all, the first thing that we need to finish is the current demographic study. We expect it to be done around March, but things shift as needed. But like I said, the demographic study will let us know an up-to-date analysis of where in the district we're experiencing growth. Second is we are going to simultaneously start collecting community feedback and expanding our partnerships. So looking at that Southwest region, what do families in that area want? What type of careers are in demand? How can we expand our partnerships with workforce development and with neighboring districts to make sure that we are preparing our students for tomorrow's careers? I want to kind of hone into the idea that we want to collect interest from students and families, but we also need to have those community partnerships for this to be successful. And those community and business partnerships are essential for CTE programs to be successful and for us to bring in students. We're also looking at master planning, and what that means is basically looking at our district footprint, basically all our buildings, and how are we using the space? Are we utilizing it efficiently? What are areas that we can invest in, and how do we optimize the CTE programs that we have? And what I mean by that is, let's take, for example, a school with declining enrollment. How can we rethink and offer specific CTE programs at that school to bring students back, while simultaneously maybe offering, a new program in another region to attract new students? And so it's two-pronged, looking at what we already offer, but then also looking at what we need to offer to bring students back to the school district. I think with all this data, as we start bringing it, the idea would be like, okay, here's different scenarios, here's the data, and then board, how would you like to invest the bond to move forward, and how can we make future investments to bring in more students and more opportunities, more important, for the communities that we serve? I will take any questions at this point.
President Pastor Rivera, members, before we Before we get to questions, I'm wondering if we could go back to the slide with the map. And if I could just call your attention, I know it's kind of tricky, but right around, oh, I'm trying to look for where Southern is. Okay, see where the 6 point, well, okay, I might have to get up. The 6.6 is? Yep. Right on or around there, that is about, it's a little bit west of there, but right around there, which is Southern and 30th Avenue, 31st Avenue or so, we have quite a bit of acreage. Would you say 50 acres?
That's correct.
Okay. 50 acres of land that was purchased by the district a long time ago, possibly as another comprehensive high school. They had it. So I want you to think about that as an asset that the district has. I suppose you could sell it one time, and that's a one-time investment. We could also divide it up, but there's a portion of it that we could use. Again, going back to like a CTE, like a Metro South, if you will, where students could access programs half-day, part of the day, and get some skills and then be able to return back. I think historically, South Mountain, Chavez, and Betty Fairfax those students have been at a disadvantage for Metro because of the distance, because of the transportation. So it also brings something to the southern corridor that they have not, that they deserve this investment, is what I'm trying to say. I don't want to bring an alternative school to the south. I don't want to bring, a deficit approach. I want to bring asset-based approach to the southern corridor, because that is what is booming right now in our state, and that's what needs some love. Traditionally, the east side has gotten a lot in our district, the central corridor, the central portion. So I kind of want to give you a glimpse into what we have available for growth, and knowing that, and knowing CTE is really the secret sauce that not only the students want, the parents want, but that is showing by and far, like just engagement increases, preparedness in the world increases. So just kind of keep those things in mind as we have this conversation. And now I will leave it up for questions.
I don't necessarily have questions, President Pastor and board. He said it. Pastor Rivera. I'll mess with you. So, first of all, I'm excited about this, because if we look at the writing on the wall, West Mac's taken a lot of our kids. In fact, watching them interview, they're turning kids away because there's so many kids knocking on their doors. And they're building more campuses, if I'm not mistaken, out in that area down there. Yeah, two more campuses out there. Plus, they now have an agreement. There's a old mall on, I think it's on Northern or somewhere off the I-17, where they're going to partner with West Mac, Glendale Union, and the city as far as like having a career center classes. So I'm excited about looking at this. I do think this could help bring back kids to Phoenix Union. That's number one. Number two, I would like someone to explain to the rest of the board what the Carl Perkins grant is. And number two, I know we have brochures of where all of our CTE classes are and what classes we have. I would love us each to have one. I think you were creating a new one just recently. And number three, can we explain what the model at Metro Tech is about with the Metro students only and what we call dual Metro students, and how that's worked? Because the outcomes at Metro Tech are phenomenal. And are we looking at that place at Southern and 35th to be a simulation of that Metro Tech model, or are we going to modify and adjust, or what?
Thank you, President Pastor Rivera, Member Cross. Yes and no. Metro has evolved over the years to being a campus where kids don't have to leave. They can get their academics and their CTE, and they've they've proven very successful at that. What we're looking at, what we're thinking is, instead of making it an exclusive school where there's a cap on enrollment, much like Metro, which has a waiting list every year, we could serve more students by having it be a site a little bit more like a WestMec or an EVIT, a site within our footprint that students, any student could access. Now, I would say the Southern would be the closest to it, Chavez probably being the closest to it, but certainly if a student with the 202, the way it is, wanted to come down from Maryville or come down from Carl Hayden on 35th Avenue, that would be open to them as well, where they could do the dual model, which is a portion of Metro students are either morning or afternoon students, where they receive their core content at their home school, and then they come to Metro for a CTE pathway. And that's where it was originally designed. Like I said, it morphed. So the same idea is that students would be able to access this technical center for their pathways or their advanced classes in their pathways, much like many students in Mesa go to EVIT for a half day or WestMec. So that's kind of the vision, that it wouldn't be an exclusionary school, but rather a program that complements all of our schools.
Can I have kind of an explanation of the Carl Perkins?
Yeah, so the Perkins grant is a federal grant utilized to expand CTE programs and to help special populations be a part of it as well. And so it's funding that the district receives for programming. I don't want to say it's similar to Title I, but there's stipulations of things that we have to, that we can and can't purchase, but it's another source of funding that we as a district receive to be able to support these programs.
And what is the price tag that we usually get? Just a ballpark.
I have to look it up. Sorry.
Thank you, Debbie, for making me have to look something up.
Give me a minute.
While you're looking that up, I'd like to make another statement, and so that the board understands. The students that are totally enrolled at Metro Tech, their junior and senior year, they must take a CTE class. So they graduate with more credits than the other comprehensive schools. And at first, I thought that was going to be a problem, but like Superintendent said, they have a waiting list.
Our allocation this year was about 3.6 million. And so it's a significant amount, but like I said, the bond investment can be used for new construction, for infrastructure, and so that's a larger amount that can support that. But for the actual programming, let's say there's a culinary and they need like a stove or, you know, that kind of stuff, we can certainly use Perkins in most cases.
Okay, I want to take a minute just to sort of frame this. I do want, I don't know if I'm looking for permission. I want to see the appetite for moving forward with maybe some planning, some master planning, and bringing you back some options. I certainly don't want to get ahead of you and bring back something that is not something you approved. We all saw what happened in Tolleson. Again, you cannot get ahead of the board can't get ahead of the superintendent. We need to walk together on this plan, and so that we're at least all majority in support of this. When I look at the red and the pink, I see opportunity, because I wish I could say they were all our students, but that data is just high school age students. And we know that there are a lot of families in that red and pink area that are homeschooled or ESA'd. We know, because I drive by them on the way to our schools, there are plenty of charter schools in South Phoenix per square mile probably one of the most saturated areas in Phoenix for charter schools. And then on the other side, we know where the data is right in front of us. We know that CTE students graduate at higher levels. We know that their GPAs are higher. I would even argue maybe their four-year universities are competitive with, acceptance anyway is right there. So, and then we know they have the skills to work right out of high school to support themselves going to college or to just build on their career skills. So to me, it's a no-brainer. But I want to make sure that this is something in these times that the board will see as a strategic investment in bringing families back. Now, you may never convince an ESA family to enroll in one of our schools, but they could access the technical center just for the CTE side of it. We could charge tuition. We could attract kids that are driving round to the other side of the mountain or to Agua Fria back to our district.
So that's my area. The pink is my area. I see Tempe Union buses in my neighborhood all the time. If we did something like this, I believe that would show the community, those communities, that we are investing in them, and we're not investing in them with alternative schools. We're investing in them to say that, we believe that these student scholars want to aspire to, these types of things. So I'm absolutely in support of it, and I know where it is because I drive by it all the time. I did not know we owned it. So I'm gonna go build a tiny house on it, and I just need never mind. But anyway, thank you. I do believe that community needs to see that public education is willing to invest in our community in this manner. We don't need alternative schools. We have very brilliant minds that come out of that area. Anyway. But yeah, I totally, completely support it. So if you could bring us some options, that would be great.
Thank you. Yes, I would also like to jump on, and I also full enthusiastically support this. And if I may speak as an educator myself with 8th graders, a lot of them are already considering what their next steps are post high school. So I think this is an opportunity for them to be ready to invest within their futures and continue to meet the needs of the 21st century. So thank you for this opportunity.
For me, I like the spirit or the ideas behind the idea itself. I think I would need more reassurance of what the finances would look like. And so I think for me, I'm a little bit more hesitant. I can feel that you all are very excited. I just feel like, I don't know, going through the round of riffs kind of was a little rough. And I just feel like that hesitancy from that experience is making me hesitant to be fully in support of this. But I am willing to sit down and have more conversations with y'all and really look at the numbers to feel confident in that. So if the rest of the board feels oh, this is something we want, then I'm willing to sit down and wrestle with that.
Yeah, thank you, Clerk Meyer. I also think, going back to that point, this is opportunity for us to increase our enrollment, right? One of the main reasons why we experienced a RIF was because we had a decline in enrollment. So I think this provides us a pathway to getting back those the students that we lost and setting Phoenix Union to a better footing in the future. So I think this is an opportunity for us to get back to being on the financial opportunity through increasing our student enrollment.
Thank you, President. Member Meyer, all of you really for sharing your feedback.
I have one more thing to say.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. I think we need to read the writing on the wall, and we will be now meeting the needs of students who don't want to go on to post-secondary education and have a skill when they walk out the door, so that we are meeting the needs of those students who are just as important and are just as successful when they graduate from our schools. So I'm excited about this.
All right, thank you, President. Members, just to give you a little preview of the future here, we can do something in phases. So I too am an Enneagram 6 and don't want to redesign something ginormous on 50 acres. One of it doesn't work, or what if it, so, and a steward of taxpayer dollars, but there is a way to build a phased approach. So you bite off a little bit at a time, see what's working before you expand and build onto that property, or partner and use it for something else. I mean, it doesn't have to be that. But I do want to take this time to recognize the hard work that the facilities team is doing. Also, Dr. Hardwick, I think she's here. I saw her earlier. Yeah, stand up. She is been instrumental on this. She will be interacting with our community, getting the feedback. She's putting all the parts and pieces together on this as a bond project manager. So I look forward to be able to bring you back even more data to be able to walk hand in hand with you on this project. So thank you.
Any further points? Perfect. Let's continue to move forward. Item 2D, review of 2025 board resolution with potential action. Superintendent Andrade.
Thank you, President Pastor Rivera. Members, we thought given, about a year ago, this board passed a resolution for our schools to continue to be safe, areas free of immigration enforcement inside the schools. We have never and will never check a student's status. They're all entitled to a free, appropriate public education. But with that said, there was activity at the time, so we passed this resolution. And given the nature of the state of the country right now, the fear and the uncertainty out in our communities and our families, whether that's families with mixed status or just concern for their neighbors, we thought it would be prudent to bring back this resolution and really take a moment to see, are there any other ideas or ways that we can outreach to our community? We continue to do Know Your Rights trainings with our families. We have a letter set to go home, I believe today, to our families, where, again, reminding them that at any time it's a seamless transition to our Phoenix Digital Academy or through the instructional time model. If you just want to take a moment and you feel safer just doing online at home, that is certainly an option. In fact, the entire city of Minneapolis is doing it right now. But that would be upon request from the family. We just want our students to know where our resources are on our website and to reach out if they need us. But again, it's very similar to the first letter I sent home, just with a few minor updates. Again, though, if you are speaking to your community as a whole, you're speaking as an individual, you're not speaking on behalf of the board. But I wanted to see at this point if there was an appetite at all for any type of spokesperson or someone to speak to our parents, speak to our students on behalf of the board. Just really leave that space if you wanted to go into e-session and get legal advice, or if you just want to talk openly about this. I just want to make sure that we're being cognizant of our community and what the real fear is going on, top of mind with 25,000 students in our system, which means double the families. I mean, just it's exponential. So
Yes.
I'll stop there.
I would like to motion to convene an executive session for legal advice on this matter pursuant to ARS 3843103A3. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion has been made by myself and seconded by Board Member Oliver. On motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll move into executive session. All right, the special meeting is called back to order. Is there a motion to adjourn the executive session? I motion. Is there a
So,
second?
Second.
Motion to adjourn has been made by myself and seconded by Board Member Oliver. On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Motion carries. All right, let's go back to 2D. Here we are.
President Pastor Rivera, Clerk Meyer, and Superintendent Andrade, I would like to make a motion for the board, appoint our newly elected board president, Pastor Rivera, to prepare a video under the legal guidelines for what we communicate that tie into our safe zone resolution as of January 2025. And the motion will encompass ongoing as needed videos by the district throughout our social media platforms to inform and give guidance to our stance on our safety and the safety of our students, scholars, and our staff.
I second.
Okay, there's been a motion to appoint President Pastor Rivera to do a video in regarding our resolution and legal for our students. It has been seconded by Board Member Cross and motion by Board Member Oliver. Is there any discussion?
Point of order. Just to clarify, I believe that the motion was to prepare a video and also subsequent communications. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Is there any discussion?
Quick clarifying question, and this would be with the help of our media team, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
And I just want to clarify, President Pastor Rivera, members, video and using social media actual platforms might reach our students directly. So if we were to post a TikTok on our social media page, that could really help spread it around the district. So it is to use not just a video, but to use like a TikTok or, I don't know if you
Yeah,
Snap
that was
or,
included in my motion, social
Definitely.
media
Oh,
platforms.
it was,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Sorry.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Yes, Clerk Meyer.
I think clarification again, this would be in alignment with our current resolution and your messaging, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Any further discussion? On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Motion carries. And Board Member Napa, are you online? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. The motion passes 4-0. Alrighty, let's continue to move on. Item 2E, the Phoenix Union Climate Action Resolution discussion. Superintendent Andrade.
All right. Well, thank you, President Pastor Rivera. Members, today I get the pleasure of bringing to you a climate action resolution that really, at the heart of it, is student-driven. And it's really a unique and authentic way for us to partner with our students and on an effort to address.
Oh, sorry, just point of order, I guess. I thought we would have more discussion, not just the motion itself on the last point. Was
Any discussion would have had to happen during the discussion portion.
Oh, I thought the discussion was on the motion itself, not the discussion for like any other points.
So that would have been where the discussion would have taken place, is during that portion of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Permission to somehow go back?
It's up to the president.
Yes, let's proceed. Okay, so,
Thank you.
all right, we'll go back to item 2D. Review 2025 Board Resolution and Potential Action. Clerk Meyer.
Thank you. Okay, there was some confusion along like the motion and the discussion part on my end. I think I just wanted I do wanted more clarification before that motion on some points of our resolution. For my understanding, and maybe even the public's, like when we say that I don't know about unauthorized, but like let's say immigration officials do come to our schools, like what are we designating as school property? Like where would they actually be able to access to request information? Would they be like parking in our parking lots and then going into offices, like the front office, or are we gonna stop them more at the gates? Like what's our understanding of our zone of where can they walk to before they get superintendent permissions?
President Pastor Rivera, Clerk Meyer, our property encompasses everything that is fenced in. And so if we wanted to prevent anybody from coming onto the campus, we can certainly do that. We can also ask people to leave because it is private property. As it relates to any student records or information, we already have policies in place that prevent us from providing a lot of information as it relates to our students to any law enforcement, which would include any federal law enforcement that comes to our schools.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess I would like more clarity from the intent from the board, or maybe the intent from the superintendent, because it's more protocol-wise, I think. Are we going to be asking for information like at the gates? I think in my comfort level, I don't want ICE parking in our parking lots. Like I think, this is like my personal view. I was just thinking more so like, if it is our private property, I don't want them there, like to even ask the questions of the like judicial warrant, like without a judicial warrant. Like I know our protocols say that as soon as immigration enforcement starts asking questions about students or staff, then the superintendent will be called. And I would like that like boundary line to be triggered at the gates and not necessarily at the front office, since we have security guards at the gate kind of monitoring. I don't know, yeah.
Okay, so our gates to the community are not locked and not necessarily all monitored, right? So the front access to the school is you know, whether it's a ring camera or locked gates with the safety waiting to open, but we want our parents and our students to be able to access it. So late kids do get dropped off, and so it is possible that an unmarked vehicle could come in at any time and park in our parking lot, and I'm not sure we have, it would be maybe counterproductive to our community to shut the gate on our parents, but what we could do is upon signing in, they identify who they are. Typically, we would lead that agent to the front office where an administrator would look at their warrant and have them wait and determine with legal, myself, if it is actual, whether that's a snapped picture of it or whether it's sent up to us. Oftentimes, that's a lot of responsibility, I think, to put on a safety officer, knowing that, you know, they don't necessarily, they're not trained to do necessarily the interaction with an agent, whereas an administrator has been trained over and over and over again on how to interact and quite frankly has the pay rate to interact with them and know when to call for backup and know when to call the SRO, whoever it may be. And I worry about the level of anxiety and just above their job grade that we would be asking our front office to engage in, or even our safety officers to engage in. But I do understand your spirit of what you're saying, and I want to honor that, because there is no way ICE is setting up in our parking lots. And so, you know, right now I know that they're picking streets and maybe parks, but they are not picking Phoenix Union property. So we hope that remains intact.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. That makes more sense. And then I wanted clarity on not just like the safe zone relating to status of like our students, because I know this is very student-centered, but also like reassurance that this applies to like district staff, like district property, and also our warehouses and any other private property of Phoenix Union, not just ensuring the safety of our students, but expanding that to the PXU community.
It does, and I don't believe, is the resolution state that in there? All Phoenix Union sites and campuses?
Yes.
Okay, yes, and that would be the case. I also want to use this time, and I appreciate your comment, to assure our staff as well that a judicial warrant for them would be just the same, much of the same way with immigration that we would with our students.
Board Member Cross?
I appreciate the comment about the situation, putting a safety officer in that situation. I come up to the question when they come up, and most of the time they're coming through the metal detector, and they've got guns. What are we going to do at that point? I hate to throw that out, but that's.
I don't know that they, I mean, we have I'm sorry, President
Of course,
Pastor
of course,
Rivera,
of
I'm
course.
sorry. When I visit the schools, we have enough barriers that they can't get in if we don't want them to get into our main campuses. Having them in the parking lot is one thing, and I respect Clerk Meyer's concerns, because those are my concerns as well, because we know that they are rogue right now. But unless they're going to use battering rams, and I think that our Attorney General of the state of Arizona has made it plain that she will not, and they have to, well, I'm trying not to step on your toes. They have specific enforcement. They're not like city cops. They can't go anywhere and do anything and enforce anywhere. Now, we know that we're watching the videos in Minnesota, and they are. What do we do in that case? We get on the phone, we call the local authorities, we call the sheriff, because he's a constitutional law enforcement officer, and so he has rights that city police don't have to stop them or make them pull back. And if you have watched some of the news, the constitutional sheriffs are making it known that those that are they're gonna comply with the law, but they're not gonna allow, ICE to be rogue all over their areas.
President Pastor Rivera and board, I just know when I go onto a campus, the first thing I do is park, and then I walk up and I go through the metal detector, and there's a security guard there, bless their hearts. So I don't foresee ICE, I see them pulling, I mean, I don't trust them at this point of what they're going to do. So how fast can we respond to that situation when ICE comes up and starts to try to go through our gate and the metal detectors are going off? I mean, that's a situation that's going to me, stressful, especially for our security safety guys.
President Pastor Rivera, Board Member Cross, I do want to point out that law enforcement officers under the law in Arizona are entitled to carry weapons. They're entitled to carry firearms. They are the only individuals that are allowed to carry firearms onto our campuses. And so we can't prevent them from doing that. However, they are, like any other law enforcement officer, cannot just walk into private property and bulldoze it without having appropriate judicial warrants to do something like that.
Any further discussion on item 2D before we start? Of course, Clerk Meyer.
Thank you. I was wondering about, I know, like Know Your Rights the Know Your Rights, wait, do we have forums still? Okay. So I know that we have like Know Your Rights classes. Like we know that community is having them, and we're just like, hey, these exist. But I was wondering, any thoughts on like extending this resolution to also maybe not about a policy, but like including in the resolution to also encourage like Know Your Rights initiatives for staff members. I think some of my concerns, I don't know, I'm glad that we're revisiting this resolution because like it's allowing me to express like my general concerns, anxieties around what's happening with ICE regarding like our community, because not like I want to be reassured that our staff members are being like taught of like, hey, like if you're questioned, if if someone comes up to you asking about immigration status, like that they're trained to respond. So I'm wondering, like, I guess this is more of a question to Superintendent Andrade for like regarding protocol. Like, what reassurances can you give me and like anyone else watching the live stream that like if any immigrations or questions or situations come up, that the staff are adequately being trained, like there's like role play training, something like that, so that they can handle those stressful situations. I know you mentioned the administrators, but also like, what about the people at the front, the people before they get to the administrators?
If I may, given the recent events of this week and even today, I believe that Cindy Tricero is preparing to do a lot of a Know Your Rights campaign for all students and faculty and staff. Am I incorrect on that one, Superintendent?
President Pastor Rivera, correct, she is. And again, what we're expecting from our front office staff is simply to ask what their business is. If it's not a parent, if it is an officer, they immediately contact an administrator on campus to come up and have that interaction. Out in the lobby, they don't get buzzed back. They simply come out and say, show us what you have and why you need to be here, and if not, then they are asked to leave. I think our biggest concern or fear from what we've seen and what we know is the areas are on and around our school. Our schools are pretty safe. We have after-school tutoring. We have opportunities for kids that just don't really want to walk home alone today, or don't have a ride, or just feel the need to want to stay on campus. We talked with principals about having places for kids to stay and study, and not necessarily having to sweep the campus of everyone. Now, supervision still needs to be accounted for during those times, but students can, we can welcome them after school. My biggest fear is, say in Maryville, a little bit further down from Maryville, there's a church parking lot where a good amount of kids walk by on their way home. They're walkers. Those are the areas that I think we've seen in the past be, I don't want to say targeted, but used by ICE to truly monitor whether it's motor vehicles going through, passing through, or walking. We saw in Milwaukee, obviously them coming right up onto almost the front, they don't have gates there, but that front lawn of the school, like off the sidewalk, boom, right onto the grass. That's my biggest fear, is after dismissal and before school.
Yes, of course.
Thank you, President Pastor Rivera, Clerk Meyer, and Superintendent Andrade. I did just want to add that I myself have conducted trainings with our principals. I have issued a separate memo that has additional legal guidance on there to our principals. Also, that was done back in January. Also in October, we revisited and issued another guidance that was very specific to immigration issues to our principals. And in this month, as well as the month before, I had a separate session with the principals where I talked to them about the guidance and reminded them where that guidance would be available.
Okay, thank you for that reassurance. And then one maybe more procedural or protocol question for clarity is, I know we offer Phoenix Digital as like a option if people don't feel safe going to in-person classes. Are there any like one-off chances, like if one student just doesn't feel safe to go that day, is there a way that they can join virtually or request an I-Day? That's just something that's been on my mind since not everyone's enrolled in digital.
President Pastor Rivera, Clerk Meyer, we are exploring that right now with the instructional time model. It puts a lot of extra burden on our teachers. So I don't want our teachers having to feel like they have to monitor kids on a computer screen on Teams teaching and kids in person, and their head is constantly pivoting for questions. And it didn't work in the pandemic, and it probably we're not ready for it just yet. But what we can do is transition them permanently, temporarily to digital, where they have their laptop already, they can regain instruction. They're still enrolled concurrently maybe at Maryville, so we can look at some options there. But but we're not technically in a place where we can offer them the exact same classes with the exact same teachers virtually. I wish we were.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all my questions. I appreciate how thoughtful you all have been. These have just been my concerns as just existing in Phoenix. And I just appreciate how much thoughtfulness you all have been putting to ensure the safety and security of our students within the parameters that we're able to.
And President Pastor, I didn't want to leave you out, Clerk Meyer. On one of the chats I'm on that involves school board members, they were asking about Phoenix Union campuses because they were getting reports that they had been on some of our campuses. I do have pictures from a veterans chat of them in Tucson on a Montessori school campus right now. So we need to move. We need to move. I think they're testing Tucson because it's closest to the border, but I hate to say signal chat, on my signal chat from veterans, the rapid response, they are at a Montessori school in Tucson right now. So they're coming.
Clerk Meyer.
Thank you for sharing that. It makes me wonder if to consider maybe potential partnerships with orgs that do rapid response, but I don't know what the limitations of that is. I don't know. I think
I've been through the training. It's just to make a record. It's just to make a record. I've ridden up on ice. I thought it was an accident, and it was ice, and I immediately just started recording, and then called the rapid response number, and they got other people there to record.
I wonder. That makes me wonder, if we should encourage, as part of our protocols, once ICE is identified, to someone immediately starts recording. I know we have security cameras, but to really capture that audio on those angles, maybe have a designated phone or for that purpose at each school, because I know recording and documentation is the biggest strength right now. So just thoughts, since I know that's not necessarily policy.
All right. Any further discussion on 2D before we continue moving forward? All right, let's continue to move forward. Item 2E, the Phoenix Union Climate Action Resolution discussion. Superintendent Andrade.
Okay, thank you, President Pastor Rivera, members. Like I was saying earlier, we've been approached and asked to partner with the district, our board members, and our students on really a student-driven effort to address and acknowledge, that we have a massive footprint in this city. And so how we behave from a sustainability standpoint matters. Our energy outputs, our pollutants, our water waste, our electrical use, I could go on and on. It does make an impact on our city, and our community, and ultimately on our planet. So for the last few months, we have had the privilege of working alongside a group of students, the Arizona Youth Climate Coalition, and honestly, they would just completely impress you. They have connected with all and are part of all of our sustainability officers on each campus. So each campus has a sustainability club, or I guess it is just a club, we'll call it that. And we started working on this with them. They brought us templates from Flagstaff and Tucson to show us that, hey, if those two can do it, you can do it, and shamed us that way. Immediately my competitive edge jumped in. I think what the beauty of it is, it's an entirely youth-led organization that really is dedicated to helping our environment. So you can see there, the members had a chance to meet so many of them. And you see to the right, you see Amy, myself, Member Myers in that picture, after a meeting that we had right here at the district office. And again, I have not met a more passionate and committed group of young people that I'm proud will carry the torch of the next generation. So they have helped us craft an authentic and realistic youth climate, I guess I would call it is it a resolution?
Yep.
Yeah, it's a resolution that I'd like us to be able to read through today. And we also have a quick one-pager that I'd like everyone to read through. But before I go any further on that, I also want to kind of partner here with Member Meyer, President Pastor Rivera, even Member Napa, also participated in these ongoing meetings after hours, some nights till it was dark, working with them. So I want to give them the floor to share any their experience moving forward, so everybody's kind of caught up on this.
Yeah, well, first and foremost, I want to shout them out because I do believe that some of them are watching. So congratulations on all your hard work on this one. So the Arizona Youth Climate Coalition, they came to us about a few months ago in 2025. And one of their main concerns obviously was the growing environmental and climate crisis that Arizona is experiencing. They also have proven success for other school districts, as we have seen, Flagstaff and Tucson, in which their school boards have adopted these procedures and resolutions. And with that being said, should Phoenix Union adopt this resolution, we would be the first Union High School district in the state to adopt this resolution. And as to the point of Board Member Oliver, that speaks volumes. As the largest high school district within the state, others are paying attention to us, and they too could follow lead. As we've seen in the past resolutions, primarily with our one regarding ICE, other school districts followed our lead. So should we adopt this, I truly, truly, truly believe other school districts, big and small, will definitely follow through, and we're making a statement about where we stand in this climate crisis. Clerk Meyer.
Yes, thank you. I also wanted to give them kudos. I've just been genuinely very impressed with their note-taking, their follow-through, and the amount of research they do. Like I remember I gave them a task. Originally, when I saw this resolution, it was 11 pages, and I knew, I was like, Signa's not gonna read this. Not that she's not gonna want to, she's gonna be like, you're making me read 11 pages. It was originally, the resolution is now 2 pages. Originally it was 11.
I take offense at that. I read more than you know.
Okay, I'm sorry. I take that back, y'all. Never mind. So originally I was like, this is gonna be a little bit daunting, but they took so much feedback from us, and they were just very tenacious in their goals, because not only has it been since 2025, they literally approached me when I was a candidate in 2024, and they were like, hey, trying to get on your radar, and I would see them at the same board meetings I was going to. So that has been like 15 months in the making, and so I'm just really impressed with their work, and they've been very thorough in getting Phoenix Union students involved, because they've connected also with like sustainability clubs. They already have, like, if you saw in the one pager, they have 118 Phoenix Union members already signing the petition. And that was just mostly through their networks of sustainability clubs. So I wonder if they were to really promote that elsewhere, how many more Phoenix Union students would be involved, like interested in like supporting this. And they've been doing the work to like meet with our facilities, like Amy, and learning about transportation, and like also food services, Dr. De Alba. So district has been very involved in the process of making these like lofty goals very tangible and in a fiscally responsible way also. And yeah, I just been very impressed with their work, as like even like middle schoolers showed up to the meetings. Like it wasn't just high school students, it was college students, high school students, and like sometimes we got a couple of middle schoolers involved. So I thought that was like cute, that, not cute, but like amazing that they're encouraging people, youth of all ages, to be involved in climate action, especially as Phoenix is like, we experience climate, like a huge amount of heat-related deaths and illness in the summers. So they've just been very mindful of making sure that they're doing the work, that they've been very dedicated to showing up to meetings, and then also making this process as easy for us as it could be. And that's as youth themselves.
I'll also note, I know that this resolution for some of our members may seem daunting at some of the language or whatnot. However, I also want to specify that this resolution also highlights a lot of initiatives that Phoenix Union is already doing. So the organization did a lot of their homework in making sure that we highlight that fact. So this resolution definitely sets us for a path in order to address future crises within climate, but it also shows in which ways that we are already leading many other districts when we address climate and water and energy crises.
President Pastor Rivera, thank you for that, because I think in this time, money and cost is top of mind amidst rifts and declining enrollment. So I want to be clear that a lot of these efforts that we build in are built in a way that makes sense in our cycles of renewal. For example, when we're renovating bathrooms, the types of sinks that we will install, will be the ones that conserve water. And so when a stadium is up for renovation or turf, like that's when we would do it. We're not going to stop everything and just completely flip the script and cost the district money, but we will, these behaviors and codes, so to speak, will be top of mind as we renovate, as we begin to do our cycle of replacements and upgrades. So again, if we're doing a new school, we may consider rock instead of grass, right? To save in the water costs and things like that. So thank you. Thank you for pointing out the cost, because I know that that's top of mind to a lot of people.
Of course. Clerk Meyer, do you have anything else?
Yes, just to point out specific parts at the resolution. Like, if this resolution were to come up for vote, I think the key part is to know that this isn't a plan of like, okay, immediately we're starting now, hit the ground running. But if you look at the last 3 paragraphs of the resolution, specifically the third to last that says be it further resolved, the key part of that is towards the end where it says the goal of this is pretty much that we're tracking. Like, the first step would be tracking our water use, tracking our like energy and food waste and transportation. So like it says here, the climate action plan will be updated and approved annually with clear measurements on the progress of the district's resiliency and efforts made regularly accessible to the Phoenix Union community beginning 2027 to 2028. So we're looking at this a year and a half in advance. And they're encouraging an annual presentation will also be presented to the governing board with public notice to update the community on progress regarding the plan. So their main point of discussion with us has been like, hey, first, let's start out with monitoring what's going on, like how are we using our resources, and then they're encouraging us to create a task force that would specifically be involved in tracking like our use of those resources and present that data publicly. So those are the main goals of the resolution, is like, where are we right now? Can we assign people to track that? And then how can we make those changes as changes are needed? Like Superintendent Andrade said, like when we need to change light bulbs, when we need to like replace sinks, like how are we ensuring that we're choosing not just the best like fiscally responsible choice, but also environmental and being intentional with that.
Superintendent Andrade, do you have anything to add?
I agree completely, President Pastor Rivera and Clerk Meyer. I do think looking at that third to last paragraph in the resolution, I wonder the climate action plan will be updated. I know it says and approved. I wonder if we just keep it updated annually and then an annual presentation to the board. I don't know if we want to get in the weeds with a board approving what's already kind of been moving along in the like the action plan. So that's the only shift I might make to it, and I should have caught it earlier, but yeah.
Any further discussion on this item?
Do you all have any thoughts, since this has been, like, we've been in the trenches with this for months, and as you all who are more recently stepping into this, any thoughts or concerns?
Board Member Cross.
President Pastor Rivera, Clerk Oliver and board, and Superintendent, Clerk Meyer and Superintendent and the board. Yeah, I love that we're doing this. I especially, like, I'm freezing right now. Okay? And I know that when I go into a classroom, I'm freezing in classrooms. And that I'm looking at, are we going to, you know, monitor the what units of electricity we're using? I mean, my classroom, the light would go off if nobody moved in there, which was fun sometimes. But that was one way of saving electricity. And I have no idea why places have to be this cold. It's beyond me.
To the hospital.
I left Minnesota because I didn't like to be cold. So, yes, hospitals are killing germs. I'm not a germ. Yeah. So I guess units are being counted as far as what we're doing on a monthly basis. And maybe have a contest between the schools, which can cut off the most units of electricity used in the month.
All right, any further discussion? It's just discussion. So.
Okay, so with that said, President Pastor Rivera, Clerk Meyer, members, what you can expect from here on out is that this group, these students, this coalition, will be speaking with your Student Advisory Council to the board, getting feedback from them, getting feedback from various campuses, putting together those finishing touches. And you can expect to see this on a board agenda in March. And so everyone, this isn't a gotcha. You will have seen it. You will have had opportunities, and I welcome any questions between now and the March meeting, and we are happy to answer them. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Next item is item 2F, Governing Board Retreat and Study Session Dates with Potential Action. Superintendent Andrade.
Okay, thank you, President Pastor Rivera. Members, the last piece, I can't believe we're such doing great time. This is quite the accelerated retreat. I'm a little thrown off the fact that it's 1:18.
The youth leadership here, I'm claiming
I'm
it.
telling you, man, pick up that pace, no breaks. Okay. I wanted to call your attention to, and I sort of passed this out for you, which is a conversation around what works for this board. And I wish the whole board could have been here, but you all are going to have that conversation on behalf of them. And maybe we can decide what to do from there. But we had these all-day retreats. And while I love them, I'm here all day anyway, right? This is what I do. But I also wanted to honor, it's hard. It's a long day, right? It's a long day anytime you do professional development or you go to a conference. It's cognitive overload in some ways. And that you all have jobs. And I know that you have only so many days off as a teacher and as an executive and or as a retired person. Not to mention, is it best practice to go like all day? There's research that say adults will go into kind of the black hole. You're going to stop engaging whether or not we make this engaging or not, just by virtue of what we know about the brain. So I wanted to kind of stop the madness as we got into the cycle of adopting our board meetings for the year. In January, we paused on the retreat dates. I said, hold up before they adopt new retreat dates. Let's make sure that the way we're doing it is the way our board, as it stands today, wants to do it. Because we shouldn't do it because it's always been done that way. So I propose to you, the one thing I feel pretty adamant about, but even could be flexible, I suppose, is the time of year matters for what we need to discuss. And so our team looked at it and we really felt pretty strongly about January, February-ish. April, May, but May is kind of crazy with graduation. So the months, we're feeling like those are good checkpoints with the board. But as far as the dates and the times and the style, that's all up to you. We could do half days and we could just do 2 half days a year. Heck, we could do just 1 half day a year. We could do it 8 to 12. We could do it 9 to 1. We could do it 1 to 4 or 12 to 4, 1 to 5. I mean, that part's all flexible. We don't have to do any half days or full days. We could do all study sessions, 90 minutes, 2 hours, But my thought was that we have a lot of executive sessions that we maybe don't always need to do. We can move things into an executive session and be more efficient in there. You're already coming on a board meeting day. Does it make sense? Is it easier? I don't know. To come at 4 o'clock or 4:30, I would say 4 o'clock maybe, and do this quick study session, have a half-hour break, get some dinner, and then go into the board meeting at 6 o'clock. So you're not taking a full day off. I wanted to clear the space for some discussion around that, some preferences, and then so that we can set some retreat dates in motion for 2026. It doesn't have to be forever, but we haven't adopted any yet, and so I don't want to lose sight of that. And with that, I'll leave it open for discussion.
Board Member Oliver?
Hi, I'll chime in because apparently I can't make a meeting even if I take the day off on time. Fridays are the best days for me, schedule-wise. I have fewer pulls on my time. And then I do like the proposal of having a study session at 4 on the days we meet, dinner, and then our regular meeting, because I think study sessions are important. I don't want to lose that time because there are some things that we need to ponder and talk through and formulate. So I would be fine with study sessions before, but I don't know anybody else's schedule. 4 o'clock, I mean, I'm around the corner. I could get here in 5 minutes, so yeah.
I think for myself, I'm particularly torn for 2 reasons. Number one, the same thing with Board Member Oliver, Fridays are typically the best for me, and I want to thank you, Superintendent Andrade, and I appreciate you for being cognizant of my employment and the limitations with that. And I'm torn for 2 reasons. Number one, when we do study sessions, and I'm fine, balancing out my schedule and whatnot. For my students, I typically hang out after school just to make sure that they're okay, and whether they need further clarification on their homework and whatnot. So, a hard time press at 4 is sometimes rather difficult for me to make on time. Now, again, being that said, also being president, I have to be cognizant of everybody's schedule. I, of course, will make sure to be there right at 4 if that's, should my colleagues choose that, for sure. Same token with the all-day things. Again, Fridays for me work better. I'm pretty blessed to have backed by a very appreciative and supportive administration where I work. And I think during this retreat moment, that's a lot for us. Yes, it is a long day, but we are educated on so many different things that make us better board members. So for right now, I am torn, but again, whatever my colleagues decide, I'll be open to that.
Thank you. I do agree that Fridays are easier. Just a point of clarification for April, since that's April 2nd and that's our board meeting day, what if we have executive session that day? Then will we have to move the study session?
President Pastor Rivera, member Clerk Meyer, I'm getting used to it. We would probably have to end the study session a little bit earlier, depending on what was on the agenda, to allow for a minimum of 20 to 30 minutes for an executive session. If we knew, again, ahead of time that it was very important that we have the executive session, we would simply adjust the, either have to cancel the study session or just move it up and just have an hour. The idea, though, is that we really dig into the data, the presentations, and talk about it so that you're comfortable with it when it comes up for vote or when we're discussing it in the regular meeting. You've had time to kind of grapple with the data a little bit. But yeah, we'd have to make provisions for that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then I would like the board to really strongly encourage a half day of retreats, mostly because I'm looking at this from the perspective of like employment. So to be quite honest, I get like 10 to 15 days of vacation a year. Okay, hear me out. And we have 4 retreats a year. That's a third of my vacation to this job that's also unpaid. And it's just stressful because then I turn down conferences because I just don't have the PTO. And I can't really work around my schedule to make it like the whole day. So I think to be conscientious of like working class people or people who just don't have the means to really, I don't know. It's just like struggle to like try to balance a full-time job and take a full day off. I would like to encourage half-day retreats, because then like I'm an hourly worker, so then the hourly I can like stretch it out during the week and not lose out on pay or lose out on like paid time off that I could be using to recharge from the stress of this role. So that's just like to be quite frank. And yeah, so that's what I would encourage, half-day retreats. And I have noticed that when our retreats have been long, towards the end of the day, we're really like chugging along. Like it's more of a struggle. So I do agree with your point of the research shows that the full day of learning is not really as beneficial to adults as it is as we might think. Because I think adults learn in like 90-minute chunks. Yeah. So that's a lot of information we're taking in. So I would really encourage that from a perspective of someone who's like a young person starting out her career, balancing an unpaid job with a paid job. Like just the reality of that struggle in my personal life, and like I guess future board members who also don't have as flexible jobs.
I'd just like to, President Pastor Rivera, Clerk Meyer, are afternoons better if we did that for retreats, or mornings, which is better for you guys?
Well, for me,
But still,
you know, as a speaking from my role as an educator, I think for me, when we take half days either way, sometimes our administrators are just basically like take the full day off because just the PTO policies and whatnot that goes into it. So it is difficult for me to say half day. With that being said, however, should we go down the path of half days, afternoons would be best, because that is when my prep time is. My students are out their special elective courses. And so it'll be easier for me. And I know that Jorge, I just want to give you a shout out. And all the principals, if they're watching, they've been really flexible with me as well, and making sure that my school visits occur in the afternoon as well, because of just the different time constraints that I face. And also I wanted to give a shout out to my students as well, because they have been really flexible as well. They call it, they go, "Mister, you're going to your second job." I said, "Absolutely." And one of them goes, "Mister, you're doing a job for us, right?" And I go, "Absolutely." So I think if we were to go down the afternoon approach, that would work best for me.
Yeah, I would be open to that. I think it's just it's not the time of day that's the problem, it's the length of the day for me, because I can like go in early to work to make up hours, stay late, but it's hard fitting, especially like this week where it was like Martin Luther King Jr. So it's like, cool, and whole 8-hour day is gone. I can't really work those days to make up those hours. So I think logistically this has been a difficult way to live my life the last year. So I'm glad that we're having these discussions now, and I am flexible with like preferring afternoon time if that is easier for you also.
I appreciate that, and I just want to give a shout out to all of my colleagues. I appreciate all of you guys for being cognizant of that as well. So much love and appreciation to each and every one of you.
Yeah, I feel very seen right now. Thank you.
Okay, President Pastor Rivera, with that said, is there an appetite to grab hold of the proposed calendar dates for 2026, knowing that, with that said, the 8 to 12 piece would be flipped? Do we want to go 1 to 4, 1 to 5? 1 to 5. And then I just want to go ahead and revisit again, there's 3 times that we'd be asking you to come at 4. Would that be too much of an inconvenience for you? I mean, you could certainly arrive late and,
Works well for me.
Oh, that's also for you as well.
Works well
right?
for me, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, would 4 be okay?
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, I could definitely work it out. Like I said, I have very supportive colleagues and administrators and even students, so we could definitely, I think they'll be happy to having me full-time during the day, so.
I'm also open to, if after 2 of them it's just not working, nobody can get
Right.
here at that time, and we have to make it 4:30, Again, an hour of a study session is still, it's an hour less of presenting and discussing at 10 o'clock at night when you're not at your personal best. None of us are, so. All right, so I will bring back this proposed retreat calendar to the February meeting with the modified changes and recommendations of the four of you. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Meeting, is the June meeting the budget meeting? Usually.
Correct. Oh, that was one great catch. So President Pastor, Rivera, members, there was one other question we had. I apologize. So we have two meetings in June. We have June 2nd, which is a regular board meeting, and then we have a shortened version of a meeting that's supposed to get in and out fairly quickly. There's a public hearing for the adoption of the budget, and again, it has been advertised, et cetera. We don't usually cover a ton of content in that meeting. It's quieter because most have gone on vacation. Again, optimal time for a study session, but June 2nd could also work. So I'm open to either one. You want to get in and out on the 16th, and that's great. I'll move it to June 2nd. Is there a preference for which meeting in June we have the study session?
The short finance one.
Okay, so we'll leave it as is on 6/16. All right.
All righty, so let's move on. We're not taking any action, correct? All right, perfect. Let's move on to item 3A, request for future agenda items. Members, are there any items you'd like to recommend for consideration for future board meeting agendas? Going once, going twice, sold. All right. Item 3B, motion to adjourn the governing board retreat. Wow, look at that time. Having concluded our business, is there a motion to adjourn? I motion.
Second. Oh, go ahead.
A motion to adjourn has been made by myself and seconded by board member, or excuse me, Clerk Meyer. On the motion, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Yes.
Aye. Those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Crickets. Motion carries. We are adjourned.